regular meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. May we have a roll call, please? Well, let's first have the Pledge of Allegiance. And Council Member McCowan. Could be Mayor Pro Tem.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and now let's have a roll call.
Councilmember Para. Here. Turn your mic on, please. Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Negrete.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Here.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Here. And do we have any callers?
Esther, do we have any callers now?
No, we do not have any callers.
No callers.
Hi, Esther.
Hello.
You're like
Everybody.
a voice from above. Yes, and so, Madam Clerk, will you please call the closed session items?
Yes, we have several closed session items. First, we have an existing litigation. It's unfair practice charge, Santa Monica Police Officers Association versus the City of Santa Monica Public Employment Relations Board. Next, we have another existing litigation. It's Jennifer Rainey versus the City of Santa Monica. Then we have a conference with labor negotiator. Agency designated representative is Chief People Officer Lori Gentles and Laura Catley, outside counsel Liebert Cassidy Whitmore. The bargaining units are ATA, IBT, California Teamster, Local 911, FEMA, Santa Monica Fire Executive Management Association, Fire Santa Monica Firefighters Local 1109, IAFF, the MEA, the MTA, AFSMA Local 4819, the Public Attorneys Legal Support Staff Union, the Public Attorneys Union, Santa Monica Police Officers Association, SMART TD, the International Association of Steel, Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Division, Local 1785, the STA, and the Coalition of Santa Monica City Employees. Then we also have another existing litigation, John Doe number 1 versus the City of Santa Monica Powell, John Doe number 1 versus the City of Santa Monica Powell, John U.A. Doe et al. Versus the City of Santa Monica Powell, John A.I. or either John Al Doe versus the City of Santa Monica Powell, John U.C. Doe et al. Versus the City of Santa Monica Powell, John Doe number 7 et al. Versus the City of Santa Monica Powell, John P.S. Doe versus the City of Santa Monica Powell, John F.M. Doe et al. Versus row number 1, row number 2, John U.N. Doe versus the City of Santa Monica Powell, John O.Q. Doe et al. Versus Santa Monica Powell, City of Santa Monica, John H.I. Doe versus the City of Santa Monica Powell, John Doe number 11 et al. Versus Santa Monica Powell, City of Santa Monica, John Doe number 17 versus the City of Santa Monica Powell, John Doe number 18 versus Santa Monica Powell, John Doe number 19 versus the City of Santa Monica Powell, John U.H. Doe et al. Versus City of Santa Monica Powell. And then finally, we have one anticipated litigation. It's one potential case. And Esther, do we have any callers?
No callers.
Still no callers.
So before we adjourn to closed session, let me turn to our city attorney and ask, when do you think we'll be back?
So I think it's likely to take 90 minutes, but on the concept that we might get back earlier, I would estimate potentially 75 on the low side, which would put us coming back at 6:45 at the earliest.
So we will be back at the earliest at 6:45, and let me remind all callers, appears we have a new, that our public comment number, should you choose to call in on any later matters, is 310-312-8173. Again, if you wish to call in to make public comment, the number is 310 312-8173, and the queue will open up right before the item is called. So thank you all, and we'll see you at 6:45 or perhaps later. But.
Oh.
Up on it, so.
I put on a thinner one.
You know what happens, I try to.
Yeah, it's a surgical nap, but it's done by a dentist.
Yeah, it's cute.
They sell those at Taiwan Bag.
Oh, they do, yeah.
They're like cute.
Yeah, we'll play it by ear, but somebody I'm sure.
Okay.
Okay, I need everybody to touch your screens, please.
Mine isn't working on.
I've already selected.
Just, Oscar, just touch it. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you just have to keep touching it.
Just you, sort by. It's not an error, but
Yeah, his is not.
mine's not even working.
No.
Okay, so everybody, hold on for a second. I'm gonna shut the system down and I'm gonna restart it. So if you need to take a bathroom break, do it now. Esther? Esther?
Yes? Yes.
I'm
Do you have to
gonna
drop the
I'm
call?
gonna restart the system. So I'm
Okay.
gonna I'm have you call back, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Okay.
But that's what I mean, the council Wi-Fi, right? Yeah. Well, it should just be sitting there, right?
Okay, you guys, I'm
Well, you have to find it. It's hidden.
hold on.
Other people
Oh, I-
I'm closing everything down and restarting the system. Did that work?
It's council.
Hold on.
No, it's just council.
No, you have to enter it where it says other.
I get it, no, but I'm just asking what the name of the. Must be your capital
It's
C.
got a stupid password. Or council use only.
Okay.
4, the numeral 4, capital C, council, capital.
Okay, hold on. Presentation. Okay. Hold on.
Yes, no, Cicero's gone.
Well, it's still
It's
there,
gotta
but they're
go
getting
away,
rid of it.
yeah.
They're making it go.
No, it's still the same thing, nothing's going on. Wait,
Exclamation point at the end.
Okay, Oscar, looks like you're back on, you're back in.
yeah, I'm back in.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's capital C-O-U-N-C-I-N.
People come into my music store to let us know. They let my staff know. Like the new city hall extension. My staff is like, I'm so confused. Would you like a guitar while you're waiting?
Denise,
Yes?
can you make sure that all 311,
Welcome, host. You are now in the host room and can manage your callers from the call-in studio web interface.
Okay, so we're in. Okay, so was there one more I needed to? 7C. So
I lost mine now, Denise.
what did you lose?
I was just pushing today's, no.
What did you lose? Oh. Esther, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. All right, okay. Is everybody, Mayor, I think we can start now. I'm sorry.
Welcome back.
Turn your mic on.
It's just like Zoom. Turn my mic on. Now I'm off mute, and welcome back to the August 24th, 2021 regular meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. And I'm going to turn to our city attorney and ask him if we have any matters to report out.
On items 1A, 1B, 1C, and 1E, those matters were heard with no reportable action taken. On item 1D, 61 plaintiffs in these 19 complaints allege that they were sexually abused by Eric Euler, a former city employee between the late 1980s and early 2000s, while he was employed by the city and while the plaintiffs were participants in the Santa Monica Police Activities League or in sports or other activities conducted at or near PAL facilities. The allegations of abuse range from single incidents of touching and fondling to multiple incidents of abuse occurring over extended periods of time and including mutual masturbation and oral and anal copulation. Plaintiffs contend that the city is responsible for the abuse based on allegations of negligent hiring and supervision and failure to act on information suggesting the abuse was ongoing. The city does not admit these allegations and has questions regarding the credibility of specific allegations of abuse made by certain of the plaintiffs. But to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, we recommend a collective settlement with all 61 plaintiffs in the total amount of $54,900,000 on terms under which, 1, the city will pay the total amount of $54,900,000 into a qualified settlement fund by no later than December 31st, 2021. 2, plaintiffs have retained a retired Superior Court judge to determine the allocations from the qualified settlement fund to individual plaintiffs. 3, the city may provide information regarding the credibility of individual plaintiffs' claims to plaintiffs' counsel, who may in turn provide it to the retired Superior Court judge for consideration in determining allocations to individual plaintiffs. And 4, the plaintiffs will provide the city and PAL with full releases and dismiss all pending complaints against the city and PAL.
Move settlement.
Second? Moved by Davis, seconded by Himmelrich. How about that? May we have a roll call vote, please?
Hold on a second.
And for the record, I should note that Councilmember Delatorre has recused himself from this matter for reasons that he stated in previous incidents where this matter has been before council in closed session.
And Denise, I think we need our voting screen. Thank you. Well, sort of. Is yours working?
There we go.
Oh,
Okay,
oh,
hold on a second. And this was for 1D, correct?
yeah. Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Councilmember Davis? and then Hemmelrich, correct?
All right, you have your, yes,
Yeah.
okay, good. And now let's have a roll call vote. And everybody remember to hit your button.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
and Mayor Hemmelrich.
Yes, and so that passes 6-0 with Councilmember Delatorre recused.
And that's the end of the closed session.
So that ends our closed session, and we are now on to our city manager, who's going to give us 2 special agenda reports tonight. So
Okay,
thank
so-
you very much.
The first item is the city manager's report, Federal Transit Administration review of Big Blue Bus. And give me a second, Ed.
Mayor, council members, as you know, our very own Big Blue Bus has had a tradition.
Do we have any chits? I'm sorry, do we have any chits on this?
We have no speakers for this item.
I'm sorry, John, I hate to interrupt you, but there's one other thing. I should announce right now that we will have a translator available for item 7C. So if you're calling in on 7C and need a translator, please let the phone handler know, and we will make the appropriate arrangements. So again, 7C, we will have a translator, and City Manager Jalili and Mr. King, I'm sorry, nice to see you, and there you go.
Okay, as you know, our very own Big Blue Bus has traditionally received a number of awards for service excellence. And not too long ago, they received the Gold Award for Public Safety from American Public Transit Association. And recently, they received an excellent review from Federal Transit Administration. And Mr. King is here to share this with you.
Thank you, John. Good evening, Mayor Hemmelrich, members of the council. I'm going to be really brief because the staff has a short presentation. But we want to share some really great news with you this evening on our FTA triennial review. It's a process we go through every 3 years because we, as you all are aware, we are a recipient of federal transportation funding, and we've been very successful as a recipient of that funding. And it's a credit to the team at the Big Blue Bus, the entire staff, from our operators, our mechanics, the staff, the supervisor staff, and everybody that works at the DOT. I can assure you, we are the most audited city department. Last week, we had our annual CHP, California Highway Patrol, inspection where 9 officers come on the property. They inspect our vehicles, they go through employee files and vehicle files, and they look at a number of things related to safety, security, and the safety of our vehicles and our operators. And I'm very pleased to announce tonight that we aced that. We are also going to, in the next couple of weeks, and this is a favorite time of year of our finance team, undergo our annual TDA local return audit and some of our local proposition audits that come through Metro and our National Transit Database audit, which is another federal audit. So we are audited at least 4 or 5 times annually, and it's a credit to the finance team, but really everybody in our department. So I want to thank everyone at the Big Blue Bus, and I want to thank you for your support over the years, keeping us on track. The reason we're successful in garnering a lot of the federal funds is that we follow the rules. So I'm going to turn it over to Rhonda Staggers-Irwin, who is our Finance and Grants Manager, who really is the lead on most of these audits. We have some information we'd like to share with you about the triennial review. And the last thing I'll mention is I've been in this industry for a really long time, over 40 years. So I've been through a dozen of these. It's very rare that an agency achieves an audit with no findings. We had 0 findings. And the FTA looks at 21 unique areas in this review for a 3-year period. So it's very intense and complete. But I'm going to turn it over to LaRonda now, and Eric O'Connor, who is our Assistant Department Director, is also here this evening, as well as David Feinberg, our Government Relations Officer. So thank you for your time this evening, and I'll turn it over to staff.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. On behalf of the Department of Transportation, I am both pleased and really excited to share with you guys the results of our most recent FTA triennial review. As Ed mentioned, we receive federal, local, and state funds, and as a result, we undergo multiple audits each year. Our more rigorous and comprehensive audit is the FTA triennial review. The FTA Triennial Review is FTA's management tool for examining grantee performance and adherence to current FTA requirements and policies. This review process was mandated back in 1982 by Congress. The FTA Triennial Review occurs every 3 years. Our most recent review covered FY17 through FY21, which included an additional year due to the scheduling delays as FTA had to pivot from an in-person review process to a virtual process. Before I discuss our exemplary results, I would first like to shed light on the comprehensive nature of the triennial review process and areas of focus. During the initial phase of the review process, transit agencies engage in a pre-review assessment, which requires responses to questions and submission of supporting documentation. This year, we provided responses to over 212 questions and the provision of 308 supporting documents. This review process, the number was slightly higher this year as our review was originally scheduled to occur in July of 2020 and was delayed to May 2021, again due to the pandemic. The FTA reviewer also conducts a desk review and scoping meeting in order to discuss documents and areas that will be the focal point of the interview process. This interview took place virtually and was conducted with key staff to ensure FTA compliance in the areas of equal employment opportunity, procurement, disadvantaged business enterprise, and American Disabilities Act. This slide right here shows the FTA review process requires the examination of 21 detailed specific areas. And if you allow me, I just would like to review them so that you could see the breadth of the review process. There's a legal component, a financial management capacity, technical capacity, award management, program management, and subrecipient oversight, project management, transit asset management, satisfactory continuing control, maintenance, procurement, again, DBE, Title VI, Americans with Disability Act, ADA, General Complementary Paratransit, our EEO, Charter Bus School Bus, Drug-Free Workplace Act, Drug and Alcohol Program, and Section 5307, 5310, and 5311 program requirements. And in addition to these 21 areas, because of COVID, we had a supplemental included in this to ensure that we were adhering to FTA's mask mandates, and as well as other related enforcement measures associated with COVID. So as you can see, this is a pretty comprehensive list that touches upon just about every area of our operation, requiring a collective effort. And it's pretty difficult not to receive a deficiency due to the enormity of the areas that are being reviewed. And as Ed noted, the Big Blue Bus team was successful in achieving no deficiencies in any of these areas, and we're extremely proud of that. And with that, I will now turn things over to Eric for the conclusion of the presentation.
Good evening, Council.
So just to give you, oh, where did I hit?
I think you went too far. Can you go back?
Did I?
I think you have to go back. There you go.
So, thank you. So good evening, council. I'm going to give you an example of the top common findings in the areas of procurement, DBE, ADA, and financial management over the last 5 years, encompassing over 1,000 reviews. The findings under procurement had agencies missing FTA clauses, lacking independent cost estimates, lacking pre-award and post-delivery certifications, lacking procurement policies that aren't updated or not current. In DBE, the FTA sees agencies with uniform reports containing inaccuracies that are missing required information. They had unreported transit vehicle purchases. DBE goal achievement analysis and corrective action plan not completed. In ADA, agencies have insufficient ADA complaint processes. They see unreasonable modification deficiencies, ADA training not adequate. In financial management, the agencies have missing, insufficient, or out-of-date financial operating procedures and policies. ECHO drawdowns are not properly approved. In our case, none of that was the case. During this review period, the Department of Transportation uses federal funds to replace 19 40-foot and 7 30-foot transit buses and began its transition to electric buses with its first prototype. We received $19 million in federal funds for that effort. The federal funds also funded our bus stop enhancement project with over 200 real-time signs and solar bus stop lighting at our bus stops within our service area. That was $800,000. Additionally, the CARES Act provided one-time temporary relief to our department's operating budget this year in the amount of $24.4 million, which also helped the department provide PPEs and driver barriers to keep employees safe. Future federal projects include continuous support on timely replacement of our buses. We currently have a bus procurement with Gillig Bus Company for 18 battery electric buses. We've received one on property, with the other 17 due to be received beginning in November of this year. Additionally, a bus stop enhancement project on 7th Street will use federal funds to replace landscaping, lighting, seating. It'll include a mobility corral, signage, and trash receptacles. This report documents FTA's triennial review of the city of Santa Monica. It was performed by RLS and Associates. During the virtual site visit, administrative and statutory requirements were discussed and documents were reviewed. The triennial review focused on the city's compliance in 21 areas, and there was no deficiencies in these areas. And essentially a perfect review. A perfect review is a culmination of the hard work that the entire department puts on every day during the review period over the last 3 years. And I'd like to especially thank employees that were more actively involved in the review, including LaRonda, Annie Chung, our senior grants analyst, David Nanjo, our transit maintenance administrator, Vanessa Mia, our maintenance admin staff assistant, Eric Hotch, our transit planner, Bridget Cade, our admin service officer, Jesus Ocampo, our maintenance training coordinator. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. And so this is the end of this. Yes, and I do want to say, and others may want to say this too, but on our audit committee, we have these audits, and I always see exceptions. I mean, this is really fantastic news. It's great work, and we really appreciate everything you do. And one thing that I particularly appreciate is I know during our recent budget conversations, when we were looking for places to put interns and things like that, you guys were willing to step up, and I 100% appreciate all of the efforts that your department consistently makes to exceed what you would do as employees and to actually become real members of the community. And I appreciate what you're doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if anybody else wants to say anything, I'm seeing none. Sorry, but thank you all very much. And thank you, Mr. King, and thank you, and I'm sorry I forget your last name, but great report. So I appreciate your work.
Thank you again.
And congratulations. Thank you, Kristen. You could have said that. And now I guess,
So item 2B is City Manager's Report, update on COVID vaccination for city employees, and we do have 2 callers for this item.
so should we have the callers?
Yes. Or
Welcome, Monique Lukens. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
These are just special, right?
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to talk about what you're proposing. Well, there are people that are concerned about injecting toxins in their body, either for medical or religious reasons, or just because they're simply human. How many of you shop and look for that green label USDA? You want organic, right? So from what I understand, this injection makes your cells create the spike protein from this virus, which means that it makes your body turn into a factory. Just instead of making shoes, it's making spike protein toxins. Now, I want you to know that there are plenty of doctors that are speaking out, and most of them are getting deplatformed. Some of them are saying that this vaccine, if you can call it a vaccine, because it's different now, it's a messenger RNA vaccine, and it could change DNA. You can't say that it can't, because there are doctors who are saying that it can. And even Mark Zuckerberg talked to his Facebook team about it. And so did Elon Musk. So it's concerning to me that people are just flippantly using this vaccine terminology when it's very different from before. Now, if you go to bitchute.com, BITCHUTE.com, maybe some of you in the audience can do that now. If you type in the search DR for doctor, bioweapon, BIOWEAPON, vaccine, VACCINE.
Your time is up.
Oh, just scan the doctors and you'll see how many of them are saying that. Thank you.
Welcome, Robin Herman. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, City Council, for hearing me. I am a longtime resident of Santa Monica. I am a native Californian, and I'm also a longtime employee of the City of Santa Monica. I want to start off with talking about a quote from the Constitution, which is that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. So I'm concerned about the human rights aspect of this vaccine. As you may or may not know, that the vaccine is currently, the way it's being administered, in violation of the Nuremberg Code. And I'll read to you just a little bit of the Nuremberg Code. It's the right to avoid the imposition of human experimentation. Let me just read the first one for you. It means that the person involved should have legal capacity to give consent, should be so situated as to be able to exercise free power of choice without form of constraint or coercion, or should have sufficient knowledge and comprehension of the elements of the subject matter involved. These vaccines are still experimental. They have not gone through phase 1 through phase 2 trials. There are no long-term animal studies. The reason for that is the animals died. Currently, we are all involved in a human experiment. And I am deeply concerned about the human rights aspect of this because each of us is sovereign, and I'm also concerned about not only freedom and liberty, but I'm concerned about bodily autonomy.
Your time is up.
And it.
Thank you, Ms. Herman.
Thank you.
Do we have
Thank
any
you.
other speakers?
No more speakers for this item.
Thank you very much. And now, John, I think that it's time for your report.
Okay. Mayor and Council, as you know, over the past several weeks, we have witnessed the impact of COVID Delta variant across the nation. The rapidly spreading variant is now the dominant strain in LA County, and its spread remains a substantial danger to the public, with the greatest risk to the unvaccinated, who represent over 90% of the current hospitalizations and deaths. Several weeks ago, I shared that our organization is moving towards requiring vaccination to ensure that the city is able to fulfill its primary function of protecting the health and safety of our community, as well as providing a safe workplace for employees. The vaccine policy that was distributed to our employees yesterday provides that all employees, volunteers, members of boards and commissions and task forces, and certain contractors be vaccinated for COVID-19 absent a medical or religious exemption. Specifically, the policy required that employees must receive at least one dose of a COVID-19 vaccine or request a medical or religious exemption no later than September 17, 2021, and in the absence of any exemption, be fully vaccinated for COVID-19 by no later than October 29, 2021. Our city is not alone. In this region, we have LA County, which requires all county employees be vaccinated by October 1, has recently issued an order requiring healthcare workers, including EMTs, EMT paramedics, and home healthcare aides to be fully vaccinated by September 30th of this year. City of LA, which requires employees to be fully vaccinated by October 5, and City of Pasadena is requiring all city employees to be fully vaccinated by no later than September 17th of this year. And more recently, City of Hermosa Beach also enacted a policy in this regard. I want to thank all the hard work from our city attorney's office, HR, and city manager's office in developing this policy. I continue to be impressed by the collaboration and dedication of our city teams to do everything possible to ensure that each and every member of our Santa Monica family emerges from the pandemic safe and healthy. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Jalili, and I concur with your thanks to all of our staff, our city attorney, and the other staff members who assisted in formulating this policy. And now we move on to our next, our consent items. And Madam Clerk, will you read us the introduction, please?
Yes, we have the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. And just to let you know, item 3F was pulled at the request of staff. And that was after the agenda was posted at the original time, but before the 72 hours.
Thank you. And do any do we have any callers?
Yes.
How many?
I believe we have at least one.
Okay.
Esther, I think we're ready for the caller.
Welcome, Matt Stauffer. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, thank you. Thanks, Mayor and council members. Matt Stauffer calling on behalf of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce in support of item 3H. Just very quickly, the Chamber supports efforts to promote the well-being of Black people who live, work, and visit Santa Monica and urges you to vote yes on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stauffer. Does that end our public, our chits?
There's one more.
No, I have one more caller.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. Isn't it interesting that you as city officials are supposed to be race neutral?
Ms. Barton,
Yet here we are
I'm
again
sorry, I've said this. Do you think that you could speak louder and more into whatever you're speaking into, because we cannot hear you as it is?
Good evening. Isn't it interesting that you as city officials are supposed to be race neutral? Yet here we are again watching you show preference to one skin color over all others. Do you not think that people with white and brown skin deserve Santa Monica Lives associations too? So I do hope the city is willing to open up its checkbook to properly fund those organizations. Otherwise, it might appear discriminatory. But you know all about discriminating against the disabled, while taking as much funding as you can for them, but providing the disabled with no services, such as reasonable accommodation in their affordable housing buildings. So when your next special interest comes around, I do hope Santa Monica Black Lives Association understands that they were nothing more than a dollar sign to you. Then if the cost to build affordable housing is going up, how does lowering the unit-based cost for developers result in the production of more affordable housing? Finally, I'm curious, what took you so long to bring up this now, considering the Metro Board report is dated May 27, 2021, as well as the fact that on June 4, 2021, LA's Metro Board okayed development of a fairness test program, which is for everyone. Fairless test program, which is for everyone. So again, it would appear that you are behind the action, or are you going to try and say that the programs were in place before they really were for funding? And you know that having gone back to charging fares for the Big Blue Bus doesn't make it look like the city or you care about the community recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. It makes you look greedy and that you have overextended yourselves financially in the public transportation area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Do any council members wish to pull any items on the consent calendar?
Excuse me, we do have one more caller that came in.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Welcome, Erica Leslie. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, council members. My name is Erica Leslie. I'm the chair of the Santa Monica Black of 3H. We have you have given us a charge to fight systemic racism here in the city of Santa Monica. We have worked and put in our blood, sweat, and tears for over a year. Now, at this time, it's for culmination for you to approve this message. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leslie. I know how much work you've put in on this, so thank you for all of your work and all of your service. Now, do we have any other callers?
That was the last caller.
Great, thank you. And I see, yes, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I just had a couple of questions about the item 3H, and maybe staff can answer.
Do you want to pull, then you have to
Sure,
pull it.
we can pull it, yeah.
And while you're pulling 3H, would you like to move the rest of the consent calendar, please?
Yeah, sure. Move the rest of the consent calendar.
Seconded by Para. Did I see that? So moved by De La Torre, seconded by Councilmember Para.
Hold on a second.
And may we have a roll call vote, please? Oh, wait, do we have our, okay,
That's why I
everybody
said hold on a
push your
second.
buttons. We're getting used to it. We'll get better as time goes on. Sooner,
So I had to pull the consent.
it's not ready. And you should wait till you say it to push it. You'll see why later.
Okay, so that was De La Torre made the motion and Parra
Seconded
made
by
the-
Parra,
Parra
yeah.
made the second. Okay. Okay.
And now we have a roll call, yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and that passes unanimously.
Okay, so item 3H is authorization of memorandum of understanding with the Santa Monica Black Lives Association to support the well-being and socioeconomic needs of the Black community. And Councilmember De La Torre pulled that item.
Yes, so a couple of questions that I have. Usually the city has a grantee program where, and I know we haven't had an RFP process in quite a while. And I'm just trying to understand sort of the structure of this arrangement on how are we not including Santa Monica Black Lives Association? I'm assuming it's a 501c3 nonprofit organization. How it's not being included as part of the city's grantee program. So it doesn't have to come back to the council every year, but because usually when you get funding as a grantee, it's a 3-year or 4-year. I'm thinking it's 4 years, but it might be 3 funding cycle. Versus like if we approve this today, they will have to come back annually to the city for approval. Is that my understanding? Am I correct in that?
I think Mr. Gupta will respond to that, but this came before the council, as I understand it, as part of the budget process, separate from other items.
Good evening, Councilmember. Yes, that's correct. This was directed by the council last year, as in part as a result of the events of last year nationwide and locally, and was directed by the council as seed funding to support this new organization to get the organization off the ground. They did spend much of the last year obtaining their 501c3 status. Our Equity and Communications Coordinator in City Manager's Office, Delana Benacama, has been leading and been the main liaison to this group to get them up and running. And so this came in through a separate stream and specific dedicated direction from the council last year.
So in terms of the funding, is this general fund or is this when you say a separate stream, what exactly do those funds come from?
Yeah, it is general fund funding. It's just what I was referencing, it's distinct from the Human Services Grants Program that I believe you were referencing earlier.
Correct. And moving forward, do we envision this to be always a separate funding sort of mechanism, or do we plan to include this organization as part of the grantee, the menu or the grantees process and the RFP process?
Ultimately, Councilmember, they would have to be, if they wanted to apply and seek funding through that process, they would be able to apply to do so. This was a one-time seed funding from the council last year, and so if the council were to want to direct, future funding separate from that, it would take a vote of the council. But otherwise, there's not an automatic renewal of these funds. This was a one-time seed funding allocation from the council last year.
So if they don't want to go through the grantee process with the city, they won't get funding ever again? I mean, what happens if they don't go through that process?
May I help so seed funding means that we gave them the money to start up, and that's it. That's what we did. We gave them the money so that they could get their 501c3 status, get their articles of incorporation, do all of the things that were necessary to get themselves off the ground. And that was it. That was the extent of our commitment. So it's seed funding. It's not ongoing funding. It's not operations funding. It's funding to create the nonprofit. That was all we gave them.
That's correct, Mayor. And going forward, like any nonprofit, part of their startup process involves, establishing a board and standing up their own fundraising efforts to be self-sustaining. This was really intended by the council last year as startup.
So do we have there's an established board of directors for this organization now?
I believe so, yes. Yeah.
And also an executive director as well that's been hired?
So as of right now, my understanding is that the board is acting, I do not believe they've hired a paid executive director. I think that's part of their initial plan for this year. They have a board that has been operating and preparing the bylaws and getting the organization up and running. Because again, this was, initially council did the Santa Monica Black Agenda, and the goal was to create an organization in the city that targeted all the things listed in the staff report, so I won't regurgitate it. This money was there to help begin that process. And they always knew that anything beyond that first year, there was no commitment from the city to fund the organization. That was never the intention. They have a very strong, they have fundraising goals for their organization, and the board, I don't know what the board requirements were, but I know that their board is prepared to do the fundraising necessary to maintain the financing levels of this organization once it's up and running.
And the list of board members is one of the attachments to the item. It's item attachment F, lists all the board members. If you want to know who that is.
The other questions I had, in terms of the identifying the priorities, it sounds like the city manager is to negotiate and execute a MOU to establish reporting requirements and intended use of the funds. And so do we expect this to always go through the city manager's office, or is this going to go through the human services division? Is it always going to be in the city manager's office?
I think that's standard for all agreements requires city manager's signature.
Yeah, correct. But in terms of the funding conditions or the intended use of funds, that's for grantees, that's not usually the case. The city manager is not saying sort of like what the people concerned should be delivering in terms of outputs and outcomes. In the future, where do we see sort of the determination of, priorities and outputs, outcomes, that type of...
There's no more funding, Oscar. This is it. We gave them the money to set up. Now they're on their own, and they will do what they will with this organization in order to promote the goals that they have.
I think George can answer this, but this has more to do with they have to obviously report how the $100,000 was used, and that's what...
The MOU is simply an agreement that's going to be put in place so that there is a reporting requirement to report back that they in fact have used the money for the intended purposes that the council set when it set aside this $100,000 in money, which is to address the health, wellness, mental health, and socioeconomic needs of the Black community. So they'll be reporting back, and the MOU is basically a mechanism to have an agreement that requires some reporting back to show that they in fact use the money for those intended purposes.
Okay. And, I mean, one big concern that I have is for $100,000, there's very little you can do in terms of impacting the health and welfare of the Black community. And so I do believe that I want to see this organization succeed, and I want to make sure that, they're encouraged. Of course, the fundraising is all very, very important, but that we, if staff believes that this is a very worthwhile cause, that we figure out a way to provide technical assistance so this organization can be part of our grantee family, so that they receive consistent funding on an annual basis versus just a one-time allotment. So I just want us to be reflecting on that. The other thing is that I want to make sure that, I heard Erica mention that the council wanted this organization to fight systemic racism. And, which I agree with that. I think it's a very important thing to do, but I just understand that in the past, there's been problems when nonprofit organizations take on social justice causes. It can run in contrary to some of what the council might be promoting or what the city feels is the right thing to do. And I don't want that to happen to this organization, that they start, we're saying, hey, we want you to address systemic racism, but then when they start addressing issues that embarrass the city, that all of a sudden the funding will be leveraged or they won't get the type of support, that we promised at the beginning. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear in terms of what parameters do we put in place for political activity, for example. Nonprofits, there's a lot of rules and regulations around nonprofits in this area. So I just want to make sure that this organization is very clear. And have we provided that type of guidance, legal, so is the legal guidance so that they understand fully what the expectation is on the part of the city?
So, Councilmember, they are receiving, and they do have a liaison in the city manager's office, Delana Benankama, who has been working with them, providing them technical assistance, connecting them to resources, helping to answer questions. And then I just would note that as part of the agreement for the funding, SMBLA would be required to maintain financial records of its activities, and the city would maintain the right to inspect those records if deemed necessary to ensure the money is being spent accordingly. So there is that accountability piece built in to the terms for this specific funding. And then, as you said, going forward, whether or not there would be a potential human services grantee would play out through that specific process. It wouldn't be through this initial funding.
Okay. And the last thing I want to say is just I want to say that I support moving forward with this organization. I want to see it set up for success. And so some of the concerns that I have are geared towards making sure that this organization succeeds, that we promise to support their work, and that there's consistent funding beyond just the first initial year, because $100,000 is not a lot of money to get their mission accomplished, which is pretty big. And the last thing I want to say also along those lines is that it's a good start for our city, and there are other groups, that have also experienced systemic racism in our country, and I want to make sure that we expand from here and grow. Anyway, just want to send out a positive message regarding moving forward on this item, but wanting to make sure that this organization succeeds moving forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Brock, you want to say something?
Thank you. My question was a little bit different. I applaud our council's supplying seed money for this nonprofit, and I'm happy to see that they've become a nonprofit, so I think that's great. My question is, have we done this in the past for other organizations, or do we have periodically the ability to help fund other seed organizations in our community?
So, Councilmember Brock, I'm not aware of a specific precedent for this. I don't know if any of my colleagues are, but I think, again, if there were a specific recommendation of staff, or if a council member were to agendize an item, there is that pathway to support an organization in that way.
So the pathway will be open in the future. This is basically the pilot program for this type of seed financing then.
I mean, funds
whatever
permitting
way you
and all,
want to put it. I understand.
But yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
So we have actually in the past provided seed funding for organizations. It's not a program, but it's in response to a particular thing. As Councilmember De La Torre knows, for example, when we had some violence in the community, we provided some seed money for organizations as a result of that. This was obviously in response to the disruption as a result of the murder of George Floyd and others in 2020. So it's not like every year we're going to provide seed money, but I think in extraordinary circumstances when there's been issues within our city about these important social justice issues, the council has stepped up and funded organizations that might not have been in long-term existence and helped them get off the ground, and then in this particular instance, as the mayor has repeatedly said, the idea is this is seed money to allow them to go out and then raise their own money. Certainly if they want to apply for a human services grant, they can, but if they can raise their own money and don't need it, then they don't need it. But so it's not like every year we're going to look for seed money to give away. It's usually in response to some extraordinary situation.
Councilmember Brock.
I move this forward.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved by Brock, seconded by Negrete. I said that right?
I'll make you say Negrete.
I think I've been
Give us all
doing nicely with
lessons.
that. Great. So let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen. Yes. Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and that passes 7-0. And I forgot to push my button. There you go, Denise. Now we move past the consent calendar, and let's read our next item. Thank you.
We have item 7A, which is the second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica, amending provisions in Article 4 of the Santa Monica Municipal Code related to noise and targeted residential protests to promote the public safety and welfare. And this is a second reading.
Move adoption.
Moved by Davis.
Second.
Seconded by McCowen. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Kristen, push again.
And
And
Councilmember
Christine,
Parra.
push again.
Thank you.
Oh, everybody's getting so good at this. Thank you. And great. And Madam Clerk, on to the next
Item
item.
7B is introduction and adoption of an emergency ordinance to amend Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 4.08.70.
Madam Clerk, I think you have 7A first, which is a second reading.
Did
We
I-
just
we
finished
just did
it.
that.
Oh, you did that, sorry. My fault.
We were too fast for you.
I know, I was like, okay. wait a
It
minute.
never moves that fast. My
Okay.
apologies.
So this is introduction and adoption of an emergency ordinance to amend Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 4.08.780 to promote the public safety and welfare by prohibiting certain items at public assemblies and community events. And are you presenting, George?
So there, I believe that Chief Seabrooks and Captain Covarrubias will present, but before they present, there's a preliminary matter, which is that a similar emergency ordinance was before the council on April 13th, 2021, and that was defeated by a vote of 4-3. So this is less than a year later. So for it to be reconsidered, it requires a motion by one of the council members who was in the majority in defeating the prior motion. So if we get that motion first, then we will proceed with the staff report.
So
But in-
moved.
Moved by McCowan, and I'll second it. So there we go. So then, do we vote on the
No,
reconsideration?
that does not require a vote on the motion, because the motion will now be basically the vote on the staff report and the recommendation. And I believe that Chief Seabrooks and Captain Covarrubias will be presenting. There is a PowerPoint, which is up on the screen.
Yeah, I don't see Captain Covarrubias.
She is appearing remotely.
Oh, I was going to say.
She's on the line, and I'm going to open the line for her to present.
Thank you.
This is weird. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
You can take it off over there. You're in the bull.
You're special.
Well, I'm vaccinated too, so yeah, there we go. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mr. City Manager, City staff, and community. Thank you for enabling the Police Department to revisit the subject of prohibiting certain items at public assemblies or community events as initially presented to you in April of 2021. As Captain Candace Covarrubias addresses the specifics of the staff report this evening, as well as the revised language of the proposed emergency ordinance, I ask that you keep in mind that our primary focus here is to be proactive in our efforts to maximize the safety of those who seek to exercise freedom of expression. Also, our focus is to protect the community at large and those who would seek to disrupt constitutionally protected activity as well. And then we're here, the focus is to focus on the men and women of our police department as they work to protect the lives, maintain civil order, protect property during public assemblies and community events. Having said that now, and hopefully ensuring that you keep that focus in mind, I'm going to turn it over to Captain Covarrubias for the presentations. Following her presentation, we will take questions. Thank you. Captain?
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief Seabrooks. I appreciate that. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, and City staff. I do apologize for not being there personally tonight. I understand how important this issue is, especially bringing it up in light of it not being a year. So I know the City Attorney has a proposal, a PowerPoint presentation for you where we have some slides going through. And I just want to start off by saying that the City of Santa Monica supports peaceful protests and the free speech and assembly rights of those engaged in expressive activities. However, in the recent months and over the last year, we have seen violence erupted protests and events around the nation, including Charlottesville, Berkeley, Laguna Beach, Los Angeles, and certain items that we found are being now weaponized, which they weren't used before as such. So in order to protect public safety and the welfare of those who attended these events, as well as bystanders, residents, and businesses who encounter and are impacted by these events, staff recommends amending section 4.8 to 7.780 so that we can ban certain items that do not serve in an expressive purpose but can be used as weapons. This is presented as an emergency ordinance because we have an event coming up on August 29th, which will involve protesters against vaccination and mask mandates, and we anticipate a relatively large counter-protest from local Antifa and anarchist groups. So if you go to the Berkeley side. Berkeley will give you a short history of what's going on here. So in Berkeley, 2017, they saw some of their campus protests turn violent. Numerous people were injured. They found the participants coming to the parks with metal pipes, baseball bats. Some of them, baseball bats had had nails in them, bricks, paper spray, mace, daggers, and a variety of other things used to weaponize their activity. They were coordinated groups. They used the park as a meeting place to stage their weapons, shields, and other implements of riot, and to practice their tactics and their maneuvers. They wore masks, had a truck following them, where they could easily grab these items out of the truck and continue on with their efforts. At the end result, we had people arrested and a multitude of people injured. Down in Laguna in August of 2017, at an America First rally, people showed up with daggers, pepper spray, sticks, poles, chains, and metal pipes. Laguna Beach felt that because of the unpredictable nature and spontaneous ability of these protests, prohibiting persons attending or participating in rallies from possessing such items would make these events safer for everyone who wished to show up. The city of Modesto felt that they had a significant government interest in preventing such use of prohibited items and in their interest to ensure individuals do not disrupt peaceful protests by attacking counter-protesters. They've had a couple of events there since 2019 in which they noticed the violence among the counter-protesters and the people that are going to demonstrate has just increased tremendously with the alt-right movement and the militia and so forth. And so they went back to council in August 10th of this year and decided to add more items to their original prohibited items ordinance to make sure that they covered as much as they could as they were watching as these tactics were changing. Huntington Beach also had a White Lives Matter protest in which counter-protesters showed up and hostile clashes ensued. They found people to be in possession of pepper spray, knives, metal batons, and long flagpoles. Fairly recently in Los Angeles, July 2021, July 3rd, we saw a protest in the downtown Los Angeles area, MacArthur Park, at a day spa called WeSpa. Now, it was basically it was a concern with a transgender person who was allowed into the spa. There was people that were inside the spa that didn't feel that that was appropriate. So they decided to protest against the spa. Well, that caused some counter-protesters. The LGBTQ community came out, and the anti-transphobe movement came out, and we saw extremely violent clashes between the two factions. We saw people showing up with all kinds of black blocks. You saw bottles being thrown at everyone. And what we're noticing is that this violence is not being directed towards the police department. This violence is directed towards one another. And it's increasing. It's getting worse. They're using more items in their arsenal than we're seeing. And so this went on for 2 weekends in a row. Once it started off July 3rd, and then they all came back again the following Saturday. And then that rolled into the next week, in which the Los Angeles County started to present itself with mandatory vaccinations, and they're requiring or asking of businesses or allowing of businesses, if they wanted to have people come in to their shops or to their restaurants, they'd have to show proof of vaccination. That did not go very well with the movement that is the anti-mask, anti-vax movement, and so they decided that they were going to show up. They protested at various restaurants in West Hollywood. They protested at the Cedars-Sinai Breast Cancer Center, and violence erupted there as well. So what we're seeing is that it really doesn't matter what the cause is. These two factions are looking just for any opportunity in which to go and challenge each other to a fight. As we saw in the WeSpa, there was a variety of contraband that was taken. We saw the wooden shields. We saw the bike locks, knives, taser, various types of sticks used to poke and maim, as well as a variety of helmets that that they found that seemed to be coming up, as well as tactical gear. That carried on into Portland, which at a planned protest, the Planned Parenthood protest, until in Oregon, you started to see people show up with various gas masks, tactical vests. One gentleman was carrying an axe and a welding mask, which was a new one for me. We go to Los Angeles, August 14th, downtown, so that was 2 weeks ago, where we had a Freedom March protest scheduled in front of City Hall in downtown Los Angeles. From the flyers posted, this was a very, this situation had built up from WeSpa, and the momentum carried into downtown Los Angeles. And what we noticed at this event is that there was the Antifa anarchists that were on one side, and then there was the alt-right militia, Proud Boys type of group that were on the other corner. And what happened was somebody that was on one side came over across the street, a fight ensued, and it got extremely violent, resulting in 2 people being stabbed. So this energy is what we're dealing with today, and it's a lot different than the energy we were dealing with last year during the George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter movement. It's, as I said, become much more volatile. It is unpredictable, and everyone is gearing up like they're in some type of war. I have never seen this much tactical gear for civilian people being worn at a peaceful protest as we do now. Now, I have included a video so you can see a little bit of the main melee that happened on the press room.
You all right?
Unmask them all!
Stop it! You're Lincoln, pussy! You motherfucker, did you see that?
Unmask them all! Unmask them all! Unmask them all! Unmask them all! Get the fuck out of here! Keep our ass out of here! Motherfucker die! Unmask them all!
So the whole purpose of the video is to kind of, so everyone can see what is going on out there, and also so that council can see the various weapons that are being used at these events. You'll see the hydroflask with the rubberized handle that is being used not to carry water, however, but to be used as a swinging element to strike someone in the head. There was a female journalist at that time that got actually struck in the back of the head. She's the redheaded one. And then there are the various pepper spray, knives, sticks, and so forth. And then this last 2 days ago in Portland, Oregon, Antifa held an event called the Summer of Love, at which point they were met by the alt-right militia Proud Boys movement, and they came full bore. We have the umbrellas, we had bear spray, we had bats, we had axes. It ended up with an active shooter event happening in downtown Portland, and that kind of that dissolved the energy somewhat after that arrest was made. I don't think either side was ready for that, and that was unfortunate, but that's kind of where we are as of 2 days ago. So I think we have the Portland, Oregon video if that's in them.
There's another one of their explosives. It's been doctored a little bit. So they're taking stuff out and taping them up. These aren't just regular mortars. They've been doctored and taped up.
They usually fill these with feces. When everyone usually comes out. So you can do but alright. Oh yeah. It's probably yeah.
Oh, whoa, I didn't even notice these. They're using these as spears? What is this?
they fill the eggs with something else.
So that's the energy we have as of 2 days ago. We did see in watching a variety of the videos that were presented on social media that we saw some of our LA folks on both sides, the Patriot side and on the left side, that were up participating in this event. And so we have talked and worked with the city attorney and trying to do what we can to model an ordinance that is coming to be best practice with some of the other cities that already have it. On the 22nd, we also had a rally in Santa Monica in which the gentleman showed up with a pitchfork. I have no idea why he needed a pitchfork at a peaceful rally involving kids, but that speaks to the mindset of people that are coming to these events to express their First Amendment peacefully, and those who are coming just looking for conflict. So the Santa Monica Police Department is committed to this community. We want to ensure to the best of our ability that we protect those who come to engage in peaceful protesting and expression of their First Amendment rights, and that they are able to do so without fear. It's unfortunate that we are seeing the escalation of violence between these groups at the level that we are seeing, and that's why we're here tonight to ask Council to revisit the ordinance on prohibited items. With the increase in violence and more items being weaponized to cause serious bodily injury, these factions are not showing any indication that they're about to let up. And it seems like the more one group challenges the other on social media or Twitter or whatever platform they happen to be communicating on, the bigger the event the activity the event generates. And so we found that our current ordinance does not cover the wide variety of items that are being weaponized out there. And now I want to point out that with the new ordinance that we have been very careful to make sure that the specific items that we're prohibiting are only prohibited during times of demonstrations, rallies, assemblies, picket lines, because we're finding that they're not being used for what they were intended. They're being used rather just to cause harm and damage either property or hurt people. Most of those who came to demonstrations wearing tactical vests, helmets, gas masks, and carrying mace are rarely ever seen involved in the actual event. They're not an integral part of the rally or the demonstration that they're there to protest or express their concerns. They're in the periphery, and it's clear that their intent is not there for First Amendment. Their intent is just to battle it out. So it's one thing to counter-protest with a sign, a bullhorn, chants, and marches, and there's another one coming prepared to battle and involve yourself in some type of military engagement, and that's what we're seeing. So our proposed amended ordinance is basically we find will fall in line with everyone's desire to peacefully protest. There's still a variety of other means available so that people can have a voice. We are not prohibiting anything to the nature of large signs and expressive items. We're just asking people to stay away from these particular items that we're seeing used time and time again to cause harm. We understand that assaults on other protesters and members of the public or police by using these items is already unlawful, but it is not unlawful to possess them at a public assembly or community event, and that's what we're trying to do. The ordinance is regulated by time, place, and manner restrictions permitted by the First Amendment. It is content neutral. The rules are applicable to all public assemblies and community events, not just particular ones. It's narrowly tailored to serve an important and significant government interest by protecting public safety, by preventing possession of such items during, and basically that we've seen during the violent assemblies in California and elsewhere. And it also leaves open ample alternative channels for communication of information, as we have no prohibition on signs of any type, leaflets, photographs, or other expressive items or delays. Santa Monica Police Department has been reviewing practice related to peaceful protests, and we will continue to do so with the input from the new Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission. This ordinance is one component of effort to ensure that individuals are free to exercise the right to peacefully protest, free from fear of violence or harm, or whatever the source. And that brings me to why we need this right now in an urgency manner. On Sunday, August 29th, there will be a worldwide rally event protesting vaccination and masks that will be held on top of the Santa Monica Pier from 12 to 4. This is a worldwide international event, so there'll be events like this in every country and in various other areas in California and throughout the nation. The organizer for this particular event has held other events in our city, which we've had no issues with. Very cooperative, a little bit of counter, but nothing for us to be concerned with. What makes us concerned about this event on August 29th is the fact that this flyer has been generated and tweeted about by Antifa and anti-fascist groups. SoCal Antifa Group represents all of the Southern California Antifa groups. They send it out. The Autonomous Anarchist Revolutionary Front, which is one of the larger of the two, retweeted it, as well as Long Beach, Downey, and some other smaller local Antifa. So the main event for them has been moved to the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, and we hope most of them go. However, there is a strong contingency of anti-fascist Antifa that we anticipate to be here on the 29th with everything that has happened as of 2 days ago in Portland, Oregon, and then the event in Santa Monica that we had, although albeit peaceful, but it did generate a large number. The challenge has been drawn, and like we said, they are coming, and they're ready to do whatever they need to do to express their concern, and then you have the alt-right that is ready to protect their events no matter what the cost. And so that is what we're seeing, and this is what we want to prevent. As of 2 days ago, this Worldwide Rally for Freedom was sent out on some alt-right groups on Telegram, so we know that they're pushing this agenda out as well. And there's nothing better than the Santa Monica Pier as a backdrop for your cause. It's a beautiful place. It's iconic. We did have our event at 5:31. We're trying to move forward from that, and this is what we have coming to us on Sunday. So with these tensions, we would like City Council to revisit this ordinance. We don't want people seriously getting hurt if they don't have to. And I think for council, I know that this is a touchy subject, and understandably so, and I respect that, and I appreciate you allowing us here today again. And I know that there are a list of alternatives that are available to you if this is something that you consider pushing forward as an emergency ordinance, that I feel the city attorney or myself can speak to you about your various alternatives.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Chief. I think, should we take, no, she's going to wait because we'll have questions, I'm sure. But before we take questions from council, should we hear from our callers? Good. I'm going to ask him. So how many do we have? Do we know?
We currently have 2.
Great. So let's go with the callers, right? And thank you, Esther. You're doing a great job, by the way.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. Since most of the information contained in the staff report is basically the same as it was April 13, 2021, most of my comments will be the same. Would this action be giving the police more cover to go after protesters instead of catching the real criminals rioting and looting throughout the city? You know, only catching 40 out of the thousands of people rioting and looting on May 31st, 2020 doesn't make it look like having a safe city is one of your priorities. So if your real intent is not to arrest the criminals, that really makes this action, like many others, look like nothing more than an untrue action by you for the unreal image of the city. Because if you are unwilling to allow the police to arrest the criminals, how can you charge them with anything? Although charging them with lesser charges doesn't reflect well upon the police either. Though the main difference in the staff report is to expect Antifa and others at the protests on August 29, 2020. And if this is the reason you're passing this emergency ordinance, I don't think Antifa and the others are going to care. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Welcome, Christine Sanchez. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor Himmelrich, council members, and staff. My name is Christina Sanchez, and I am speaking on behalf of Unite Here, Local 11. Even though this version of the proposal is now couched in language about right-wing protest, it was originally a response to the Black Lives Matter protest last year. Let's not forget that. The item protesters brought to the May 31st protest had nothing to do with the looting that caused most of the damage that day. This law does nothing to prevent a repeat of that. It's the wrong focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Is that it? No more callers? Now, questions from council. Councilmember Davis, any other, is that, okay, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you for the presentation. I do have some questions. So you put up there a picture of someone with a pitchfork, obviously not something someone usually walks around Santa Monica with. Did we do anything on that day, or is your position that we couldn't do anything absent the statute when someone had a pitchfork?
No, it's not the police department's position that nothing could be done. A consensual encounter could be the circumstance, which means that it's not illegal to have a pitchfork. So therefore, the officers would have to engage the person in polite conversation as to the motivations for having a pitchfork when we don't have hay bales and things like that in an urban environment such as Tongva Park. So, you know, there is that part of the conversation. If the person then, in essence, blows the officer off, there's not much we can do at that point. And then if a half an hour later there's a tragedy, there's a challenge as it relates to, well, why didn't the police then take the pitchfork? Well, lawfully, we couldn't under that set of circumstances where with the passage of this emergency ordinance, this would be the kind of thing that we could do under those sets of circumstances in the narrow circumstances of a public assembly of the nature of what we experienced this past weekend.
Right. So, well, and you actually anticipated my next question. So if this emergency ordinance passed, and a gentleman came to an assembly at the top of the pier in Tongva Park with a pitchfork, what would be different? I mean, would you confiscate the pitchfork? Because I understand, as I read the ordinance, it says, when feasible, excluding exigent circumstances, a warning shall be issued before enforcement, and then the violation is a misdemeanor. So describe to me what happens. You go to him, you say, sir, you can't have a pitchfork here, and he blows you off, and then what happens?
Well, then we can do one of two things. With the operation of the emergency ordinance, we can then take the pitchfork. But more importantly, what we would try to do is to use, the de-escalation tactic of, sir, this is, you can see we've got something going on. The more prudent thing to do is to go and put that back in your car. Would you comply with that, please? Now, how someone chooses to behave after that then can invoke an enforcement action that we don't have the ability to engage in at this particular point without that particular ordinance. Equally, what we're looking for is that ability to preemptively put signage up that lets people know this is what, there's a public assembly going on, these are some prohibited items, and provide some examples. And what that does is that gives us some early ability to intervene so that we don't allow people to get into the downtown running around with things. I think the pitchfork is emblematic of a lot of things, but there's a lot of other things that we would be concerned about that we might, that we want to address too. Walking around with bear spray, walking around with a variety of other items that there is no legitimate reason in the operation of an urban environment such as our community, where there's no reason to have those kinds of things.
And so let me ask you a couple of questions. And the first, additional questions. The first one is, so you have up here this flyer, I wish, about this proposed rally, and you had some videos of others. Mm-hmm. These were obviously not incidents where there was like one person acting out. I mean, and one of the videos, people were punching each other out. Well, we can't take away people's hands. So my question is, if you have an event and there's 100 people there, and the 100 people, each of them has some prohibited item, because frankly, there are some of these things I have in my purse right now. I do. I have a small umbrella. But the point is that if you have 100 people, are you going to engage each one? I mean, I have a genuine concern, and I certainly want to say that I want our rallies to be peaceful. I do not want anyone to be hurt. But my impression is that we have here a situation where people are coming, I think, as has been pointed out, looking for trouble. It's not like, occasionally a person shows up and they've got a baseball bat and everyone else is protesting peacefully. So how do we engage? 100 people show up and they've got a variety of things, whether it's nunchucks or they're wearing a flak jacket or they have a shield or a laser pointer, which I also have in my purse, by the way. That sort of thing. Are we going to engage each one of them? Or, I mean, I'm trying to understand how we're addressing the problem you've identified.
I think we have to keep a perspective. Clearly, if 100 people show up with bear spray or these things, that we all may have, whether it's a pointer or something like that, sometimes it's a matter of, are we aware of that? But let's be clear, we're not going to engage 100 people. But what we will do is, if we can and we see it and we think it's prudent, we will engage to say, hey, just go put it back in your car. That has no reason for being here. And a lot of times that is the basis upon which people will cooperate. But if they don't, what we don't want to have happen is because we don't act and because we don't have the law behind us, we find ourselves in a situation where now there's the unrest breaking out. The police officers have to wade in amongst bear spray, amongst laser pointers that are pointed in our eyes purposefully to blind us, or they're poking us with nunchucks or other things that have the potential to hurt us and or hurt people who are passersby. This event on Sunday is designed to take place at the pier. It's going to be a warm, beautiful day on a beautiful Sunday, and it's going to be packed. I've come to downtown every weekend here lately, and it's been packed. If 300 people or as many people as showed up in the amphitheater area of Tongva Park show up at the pier with the idea that they want to cause havoc, we want to be in a position to eliminate the threats and reduce the potential for a violent interaction with other community members who are just hapless people having a great day who get caught up, other folks who are part of the problem, and then we have to go in and address that. Because what we're not going to do is what a couple of police agencies have done, which is to allow people to have a gladiator ring in the middle of the street, fighting it out while they stand on the periphery and watch it. And I don't think anybody wants that. So we're just looking for a bit of assistance that gives us some extra proactive ability to engage reasonably on those issues so that we can make for a safe environment for everybody, or as reasonably safe as it can be under the circumstances.
And then the other question I have is, and I don't want to suggest that anyone here has the intent to do this, but we know that a number of laws directed at limiting protests and what can be used and what can be done tend to not be enforced uniformly, is what I'm going to say. And for example, that Black Lives Matter protesters tended to be more targeted than people who were not Black protesting other things. I mean, the perfect example, of course, is the militia guys in Michigan who surrounded the Michigan State House with rifles, and everyone said, oh, look at those guys. And then Black Lives Matter protested without having rifles and got the holy you-know-what beat out of them. So how do we ensure that this statute is really enforced in a way that does not, I mean, I understand it's intended to be content neutral and certainly is written as content neutral, but what's written and what happens out in the field can be two different things. So how do we make sure? Is there some level of training? What are the reports going to be like? That sort of thing. So we know that if this statute passes or ordinance passes and if it's enforced, that it's being enforced in a way that's non-discriminatory.
Well, let me say this, because this doesn't just apply to this particular circumstance. This applies not the language of the ordinance clearly, but what your question goes to applies to the very core of the work that we do on a daily basis. And we look to enforce the law without prejudice, period. That will continue with this emergency ordinance. That will continue with the ordinances that are on the books and the state codes that we enforce routinely. The police department trains its personnel on anti-bias in policing. We talk about implicit bias. We engage in all of those contemporary topics, and we were doing that well before it was the vernacular of the day. And I can assure you, because I was the person who was here implementing that as the police chief. And I'm certainly not going to stand here and tell you that I'm not concerned about such things, but I'm also not going to sit here and be a party to that kind of stuff either. So the police department the men and women of the organization, as they always have, will be mindful and will be appropriately objective in the way that they carry out their duties and responsibilities, not just with respect to this emergency ordinance if you pass it tonight, but with every code on the books as we do all the time. And I'm certain of that, and I'm guaranteeing that of you or to you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Negretti.
Hello. Okay, I wanted to follow up on some of the things that were just discussed. First of all, I want to reiterate that we're in a new day and age, it seems, with we've seen more protesting in the last year than we have, at least, I don't know, in the last decade. And to that, we have to set some parameters to keep people safe. And what I want to ask is how can we a lot of times we redo these ordinances and they become unenforceable because they're so wordy. They leave so much ambiguity and opportunity for people to find loopholes, and it makes it hard for our officers to enforce them. And so with that in mind, my question is this. If you're there to protest, the idea is that you're using your freedom of speech to portray a message, and that message is usually chanted and possibly written on signage for people to read. What I don't understand is the need for anything else in your hand other than that sign and your voice, and why we cannot just eliminate, with the exception of medication, bottles of water, and I don't know what else there would be, but it seems to me, why do you need anything else? Why are we arguing about the idea that, I don't know, I might have this or that? To me, if you are there to protest and send a message, that should be your focus. And if somebody stopped me and said, hey, what is that hanging from your keychain? You have pepper spray, which I do have. And I knew and did not read the sign, oh, you know what, this isn't allowed, I would have no problem going to my car and putting it away. I'm not going to engage in why I should or shouldn't have it, but that's because I'm there to protest and not there to engage and argue with officers who are trying to keep everybody safe so that, in effect, the very message of the protest can get across. Because half the time, I look at these things on the news and I have no idea what people are protesting because the whole thing is about a fight and how the police responded and what group is what, and the whole thing is ridiculous. So I just don't understand how we can't just keep this across the board, to your point, so that it's not specific to any certain protest, that we say across the board for all protests, we put communication signage, we use Instagram, we use our website, we have signage everywhere to say if you're protesting, these are the items that are acceptable and these are the items that are not. And therefore, there's no question about, well, is it going to be done at this protest or not that protest? It's assumed that you're going to follow the code and that it's going to be at every protest. So that is my question in regards to making this revision to this code as simple as we possibly can. I don't know who else agrees or disagrees with that, but I don't understand. My question is, why are we going into a plethora of items? And why can't we instead say the only things that are allowed are these basic items?
So I can answer that because it's basically a legal issue.
Yes.
So first off, the ordinance does apply to all protests, so it applies to all community events and public assemblies. So there is nothing that would prevent us, if the ordinance passes, from publicizing, and I think that is part of the police department's plan, is to publicize that, look, if you're coming to a protest, you can't bring these things being the list of items that are prohibited. The reason that we can't most likely go with you can't bring anything except these is that this is the First Amendment area, and there's a concept of overbreadth in the First Amendment context.
So we're going to be revising this constantly when people find new items to make weapons out of.
Well, we've tried to list the items that we have seen and have frequently observed being used as weapons, and that's the justification, and that's the basis on which courts have upheld ordinances similar to this, but have required that type of specific list, not a general prohibition on all items other than certain things. And so, for example, if you recall during the presentation, Captain Covarrubias mentioned Modesto, which originally passed an ordinance with one list, and then after they saw additional things being used as weapons, went back and added certain additional things to that list based on their experience and that as a justification. Okay. So there is that potential, but this list is a fairly broad list, and it meshes with the lists that other cities have included. So, for example, it's very similar to the lists of items that both Los Angeles and Modesto include among their prohibited items. And in particular, that type of list has been upheld as being valid under the First Amendment.
Okay, in regards to the options that we can do, when it said make it temporary or an ad hoc, I disagree with that because I think then we are sort of saying it's just in response to certain protests, and I think it's better just to.
We're on questions almost.
Well, I'm just saying I hope that that's what we're looking at, and that's not the issue. So I guess you answered my question in terms of we can't prohibit, we can only exclude items. But can we come back, and when can we come back to, say this happens, we've excluded these items, and more things come up?
If there are additional items, the police department could come back with a recommendation to add to the list if we see certain additional items being used frequently as weapons during protests.
And can the city communicate what is allowed and not allowed as well as the police?
Yes, there's nothing that would prohibit the city from communicating out via website or otherwise what items are prohibited at various protests if the ordinance passes.
Okay, thank you.
So if nobody else has a question, I have, okay. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
So a couple of things. We had a protest this past weekend and obviously didn't have this in place. And we've already talked about the pitchfork incident, but I'm curious, in what ways was the intel for this past protest different than the upcoming? And the reason I ask is because I know for some on the dais during the conversation the last time you guys came to us with an emergency ordinance, it had a lot to do, well, it had something to do with the imminent threat and nature of an upcoming event, and that wasn't clear in April. And so can you speak to how what we have scheduled for August 29th is different than what we've already seen? And then I'll also LA had their ordinance in place prior to August 14th melee, and a couple of people still ended up stabbed and everything. And so I think this is kind of similar to what Councilmember Davis was inquiring about. It's just like, does this ultimately change anything? Can you speak to what you've seen where posting in advance and what we would do different, if at all, from what you saw LA do in preparing for that City Hall protest that went awry even after they had this similar ordinance in place?
Okay, let me unpack some of it. Okay. And I'm assuming Captain Covarrubias is still here, and I may call on her when I'm done. Perfect, thank you. When you have young people, and the circumstance around this past weekend's protest had to do with kids, and so there's a different sensitivity. A lot of the folks there were parents. Some kids were there, so there's a little different inclination. But when you're talking about other circumstances where you're talking about Proud Boys, you're talking about Antifa, you're talking about other factions, you're talking about a potential political nexus to the gubernatorial candidates, you're talking about all of these anti-masking, anti-vaxxing, that tends to generate a different crowd. And that crowd is the crowd that's of concern because of the propensity for violence that we have seen replicated just literally a couple of stones throws away, or as the crow flies in West Hollywood and in Los Angeles. The ordinance isn't going to, as any ordinance or any law, isn't going to prevent every instance of crime or every instance of something going wrong at a peaceful assembly and turning it into something else, or going wrong at a non-peaceful assembly and making a bad situation worse. But if we can intervene on those clearly, just why do you have this? Someone having a knife in their pocket and pulling it out and stabbing somebody, okay, that could be happening, and I hope it's not, but that could be happening out in the street right now. And we're here. But if there's an opportunity to see that person walking down the street with something that is ordinarily lawful to have, but in the context of a peaceful First Amendment, not protest, but assembly or gathering or protest, it can take on a different meaning. If we can catch that early so that it doesn't find its way into the well, so to speak, that's an advantage for everyone, because it keeps the temperature down. And we're just trying to keep the temperature down so that we can enable people to have their ability to have their moment in the sun and scream and rail at whatever the issue is for them in a safe way. What we don't want to have happen is these things to devolve into a level of chaos like what we're seeing in some of these other communities, particularly given our experience and our history of last year. So now you asked about something else, and I don't think I got there.
Well, you got to the intel. And
Oh, you asked how it was different. I'm sorry.
You spoke to it a little bit. You said it had to do with there were children, and it was a event targeted more children's issues. And
Her mic is off.
If you can also speak to specifically, if there are things about this 829 protest that have raised additional red flags for you, especially, we've increased social media intelligence over the last year. I think that would be helpful.
Yes.
To understand.
The fact that this location was supposed to be in San Francisco, Berkeley, Santa Monica, and San Diego raised a flag. They were looking for iconic locations. We're one of those. And the fact that, when I look at that and I look at the size of our organization and its ability to respond relative to San Francisco's ability to respond, relative to San Diego's ability to respond, relative to Berkeley and the surrounding agencies' ability to respond, where Berkeley has a very different structure with respect to mutual aid and assistance than we do, it causes concern. When I look at the tendency for increased violence, it causes concern. When I look at where and who is retweeting and reposting and whatever the social media platforming is, and how many eyeballs, we don't know 100%, but looking at what the followership of some of those websites is, it causes concern because everybody isn't going to go to San Francisco as much as we might want them to. Everybody isn't going to go to Berkeley, and everybody's not going to go to San Diego, and the 10 ends right here. And so folks who are looking for something to do, coming down here, it's a concern to me. I'd be professionally negligent if I wasn't concerned.
And do you have any sense in the research and sort of collaboration you've done with other cities that have passed similar ordinances, how much their interventions increased as a result of having this capability? Because in the LA video, for example, we saw people still wearing sort of heavy masks and still having some of the things that it seemed would be prohibited. So do you guys have any intel about that? I know that's hard to, you can't speak to another city's data, but.
I don't. Captain, do you have any insights about that?
Not specifically, other than conversations I've had with agencies, LAPD as well as Modesto and Laguna Beach, and they say that this just allows them an opportunity. We'll take Modesto in particular because they just recently passed on August 10th, and the reason they did that was because they were having a particular event come back. That violence has been growing and growing and growing, and so their tactic was basically to be on the periphery of the event. When they saw people coming in, they were going to stop them and tell them, hey, you can't wear that flak jacket, or hey, you can't wear that helmet. You need to take it back to your car. And then looking for cooperation that way. Nothing has come up from Modesto from their event, so I feel that they've been somewhat successful in that tactic. And as for LAPD and what happened there, because they did have the ordinance in place, I was anticipating this question. I think that comes down to probably a tactical reason for LAPD that we are not privy to. They did have the resources there to stop people who were wearing this type of garb and have them relocate themselves or put their equipment back. They did not. They were a little bit, based on what we're seeing from the angles of the videos, slow to respond, and we think that was part of the issue. In speaking to the commander who did oversee that event, he did mention in his videos for WeSpa and so forth that having that ordinance in play was beneficial to them in the event that they needed to build a case on particular groups later on in the future. But they do appreciate having it because it just gives them that extra ability to stop something before it happens. That's taking a proactive measure, which we intend to do. We don't want to be reactive. We don't want to come in active. We want to address it right at the onset. We want to do an education campaign to ensure that everyone is crystal clear what they need to do to come to an event in our city to peacefully protest. And that's what we're looking for, is just peaceful protests, no matter what side of the fence you are on. We want you to come, have a good time, be safe, and exercise your First Amendment rights.
Okay, and then just lastly, in staff's initial presentation in this report and proposal of this emergency ordinance, was any consideration given to a sunset clause in this emergency ordinance? Yes. And if
they give
how
us
did
that?
I miss that?
I don't know.
Oh,
but
I'm
it's here.
sorry.
But we can sunset.
So that is an alternative that the council could consider, is putting it in place, putting a sunset date on it of, the last time this came up, the consideration was given to 120 days. That would provide the police with the ordinance for this upcoming one and an opportunity to see how it works.
Okay, but it's not in the actual. Okay.
It's not in the actual ordinance. The ordinance is drafted to simply put this in place, but that is an alternative that the council could consider.
All right, thank you.
You have a question?
No, he's going.
You had your hand up.
He's moving.
Oh, I just wanted to ask about searching bags, because I think that was maybe concern. That the idea is not that, I think from what I heard you say is that you might have these items in your bag and you might be protesting peacefully, And you might leave the protest with all the items you weren't supposed to have all neatly packed, including your pitchfork that's retractable in your purse. But if you take it out at any moment and it's seen because you're combing your hair with the pitchfork and you're like, oh, sorry, and you put it away, then you're fine. But if you engage and don't want to put it away, that's when you guys are able to use the second step, which is removing it, taking it away, or using whatever else you need to do if it continues on. Is that what I'm hearing? You're not searching backpacks and purses and picking random people based on how you see, right?
No. And
Okay.
I won't be taking someone's pitchfork to fork out my throat.
Thank you, Chief. And I think that we both have been here quite a while, and I did vote against pretty much the same ordinance the first time, but I've since been reading all the OIR reports and following all of these protests, and I do see that there is, or at least it's my observation, just anecdotally, and what my question is to ask you to confirm this, that people are coming to protests armed and geared up differently than they did in, let's say, my day. 40 years ago, but
I was going to say, it was your day last week?
No, my old day.
Yes, people are coming. This is an unprecedented period of dissatisfaction on a variety of levels, and we're seeing it manifested in the sheer significant number of protests. And yes, people are coming armed very differently than even 10 years ago. Before people would come, they would bring Cohen's in a can and make noise, bring bullhorns, make noise, those kinds of things. And at best, we were talking about noise and things like that. Now we're talking about a level of violence. We're talking about a level of you saw it in the videos for yourself, and those are just snippets. It's just a very different time.
Well, and there are things that are available. I mean, the bear spray and the flashbangs. And I mean, I don't remember being able to go and buy flashbangs when I was like 25. I don't know. Maybe I could have, but I'm not aware of it.
Make them in your garage,
Yeah. So, no, I think we're seeing a different level of whatever accessories or weapons, depending on how you characterize it. But great. So I know, yes, I'm sorry, city manager, and then you, Phil. He goes first, always, Phil.
Mayor, I think the prevention aspect of this ordinance deserves some discussion as well, considering if there are violent groups that are going on a site selection, they are going to be concerned about the community that has a signage and advertises these things are not allowed. And I think that may actually prevent confrontation and all those things.
Thank you. Councilmember Brock.
I move adoption of this emergency ordinance in full.
I second.
Didn't we just do this, or wasn't that our motion for reconsideration, or is this separate?
No, this is an actual motion to adopt the ordinance after the motion for reconsideration.
Gotcha. Okay. Are there any more comments?
Well,
Discussion.
Or discussion? I'm asking for discussion, comments. Councilmember Davis.
so I voted against this ordinance before, and I'm going to vote against it again. I understand our police department's concern, and I'm certainly sympathetic, and I want people to be safe in Santa Monica. I have numerous concerns, and I won't, be too lengthy, but I do want to list them. And my first one is that while I understand the intent of this ordinance is to keep these potential weapons from being brought to assemblies, when I look at those videos, when I read news reports about what happened, these are people who are coming to cause problems. And it's not a random person with a pitchfork. It's 100 people with whatever's listed here, whether it's bear spray or baseball bats, shields, helmets, whatever. So unless our police department is going to approach each and every one of those people, I'm not sure, in all honesty, how effective this ordinance is going to be. You might get the random guy with a baseball bat, but the guy with the bear spray gets through. And I am concerned that actually by having the police confront people and saying, hey, you can't have the bear spray or whatever, we're perhaps escalating to a whole new level. I think that not that people should be allowed to have bear spray or use bear spray, but just by possessing it and saying, hey, give me the bear spray, we have an ordinance against bear spray, someone who's coming to these rallies isn't go, oh, I didn't know bear spray wasn't allowed, and hand it over. They're going to go, you can't take my bear spray, and now we're in a whole new world. Two, I am concerned, and I really, Chief Seabrooks, I appreciate your statement, and I believe you 1,000%, that it is not our intent to enforce this ordinance in any discriminatory manner. But the fact of the matter is that historically, these constraints on First Amendment, and this is a constraint on the First Amendment, even though it is prohibition of bringing certain items to protests, have been used, for example, to squelch union protests. It does run the risk. If you have 100 people and 100 of them have bear spray and 50% of them are people of color and 50% of them are white, history tells us that the people of color with the bear spray are much more likely to get busted for having the bear spray. And I'm not saying that's what our police department does, but that's what history tells us. I mean, George Floyd was black. And I think most people believe that had he been white, he'd be alive today. And that's not to say that I believe our police department would do that, but I just think that this inevitably runs the risk of discriminatory enforcement. It certainly runs the risk of reducing the kinds of protests like union protests, which, and I don't, look, we never had a union person bring, to my knowledge anyway, a pitchfork to a protest. But I do think that, we need to be as circumspect as possible when we are constraining people's First Amendment rights. And finally, I believe that our police force, we already have a lot of laws on the books. I can't imagine, and I said this before when this came before, if that gentleman with the pitchfork had tried to use that pitchfork in a violent way, that a police officer observing that would say, oh no, since we don't have an ordinance at banning pitchforks, we can't do anything. They would stop him. If somebody were using bear spray, we would stop them. If somebody waded into a protest with a machete or a baseball bat, my belief is we have sufficient laws on the book to stop them. This is really about, if we were having a protest at the head of the pier and someone were walking towards it and they happen to have a bicycle helmet on, because that's one of the things that you can't have. The idea is before they get there, we go, hey, you can't have a bicycle helmet. I just really am not sure that this is going to solve the greater problem that you have very well identified, which is we are in this horrible world where people think it's okay to take expression of their First Amendment rights beyond expression and move to violence. But I think we have ordinances on the books that do prevent violence, and I see greater risk here in terms of impinging on the First Amendment. I suspect I'm in the minority here, and that's okay. It won't be the first time, won't be the last. I appreciate everything that the police do, and I want them to have tools to keep people safe. We want our protests to be safe. But when I look at the intel for that August 29th, and please don't put it up there again, I don't want to broadcast or advertise it any more than we already have. The people, if you just look at that, those are not people coming who, if you go up to them and say, hey, I see you've got a baseball bat, can you take it back to your car? They're going to go, oh, sure, no problem. I didn't know I couldn't bring the baseball bat. Those are people coming to cause trouble. And I'm just not sure that this ordinance is going to be sufficient to stop that. So, especially given balancing that versus the impingement on First Amendment rights. So I'm going to be voting no. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Brock is first, and then Councilmember Negrete.
There's a lot to digest with what Councilmember Davis just said. But I want to first and foremost state that I do not believe that Santa Monica Police Department is racist. And secondly, I absolutely do not believe that this proposed emergency ordinance, which I voted for in April, is meant to stifle protests. It's meant to keep protesters safe. And that is the essence of this emergency ordinance. How do we keep protesters on both sides safe? How do we de-escalate situations before they ripen to violence? How can our police department, which is trained in de-escalation, how can they work with protesters on all sides, to make sure that this planned protest is kept peaceful? Now look it, I understand in the past we've been concerned about overreach. Santa Monica, the whole nation. But this is these protests are coming more and more rapidly. And because of January 6th in the nation's capital, they are seen as everyone needs to come out dressed to have a fight. I want peace in our community. Our police department, our city council, our city officials are there to keep the peace. Now, if our chief and our department thinks that these measures will help, then I'm for it. And Chief and the Santa Monica Police Department, I support this ordinance wholeheartedly. Thank you.
I just wanted to echo the same thing, but I also wanted to say that we can't ignore that we're sitting here post May 31st. We're sitting here post so many things that have happened, and we're openly not supporting our police. And such a time when we're talking on one hand about showing support, we're saying on one hand they're not doing enough out in the streets, and then we're putting up ordinances to give them the opportunity to keep us safe, and we're saying, but you might not use the correct judgment when you do it. And I think that's unfair, and I think it's borderline offensive, to be honest with you, because it really says something about the morale of the police. You referenced something that wasn't specific to Santa Monica. I know there's a national narrative, but I respect that, and I think it's important, but I also think it's very important that as we sit up here on this dais, we are sitting here representing this city. We're talking about this police department, an event that's happening here, and we can't continually reference what is happening in other police departments and imposing or sort of saying that that's possibly the attitude or the things that are happening in our own police department, because it's just not fair and it's also not true. I just wanted to say that I think that there's other things that I think about, having been victim to the other stuff that went on May 31st. My family business was completely destroyed, and there was a lot of distraction. There was a lot of things that happened, but I hope that we're also looking at these things as this sometimes is not just the only thing that's happening. There's a distraction that happens, and other people who are not protesting and have no skin in the game for what's being protested about, but they're looking for opportunities to see where the police are distracted so other crimes can be committed all over the city. So I think that's something to think about. And when we're talking about items, including rocks, shatter rocks, and things that break glasses. I also think that we're talking about keeping people safe. I think it's ridiculous to belabor these silly things like, well, this is my right to protest. No one's saying you can't say anything and protest. I think we're living in this ridiculous time where everybody's oversensitive about everything, and we're like, hey, you're not doing enough, but don't tell us not to do this. And it's just getting crazy. We're asking just to keep people safe. We're not saying we're going to search everybody's bag. And I think we have to look at what has happened in the past and what is happening around the nation. And we need to make a decision to support protesters and to support the safety of community members. And if our police is saying, hey, these things would really help, we can't sit back and say, well, we hope you make the right decision with it. We have to assume that that's why they're coming to us to say that and support it. I haven't heard anyone say that they're going to profile people based on what they're wearing and they're going to search their bags. What I've heard is if they're showing these items, they're going to give them first a verbal warning. They're going to help them potentially put it away. And if that doesn't happen, to your point, if 100 people are coming with bear spray, yes, you're probably right. They're coming with wrong intentions. If they take away 50 of them, that's 50 less bear spray cans going around. If they take away 20% of the items, that's 20% less things happening because of those items. So I think to say that, well, let's do nothing because you can't take away all 100 cans, a few cans are going to get through. Secondly, I think you're right. If they're there to do bad things, that's the point. Hopefully they'll engage, and maybe during that engagement, they won't be a part of the protest, and the protesters will be able to continue to do what they're there to do, which is protest about whatever it is they're protesting. So I just wanted to show my support and say that I don't sit on the side of saying, I think you're going to make the wrong choice. I think you're going to make the right choice, and I hope that tonight we can get support for this ordinance just to help keep us all safe.
Councilmember McCowan.
Actually, I think Councilmember Parra was up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Parra.
I'll be brief because I know we have a few more things to say, but I wanted to also echo the sentiments of Councilmember Brock and Negrete. Like as a first responder, you're taught and you're trained to plan for the worst case scenario. And in this type of situation, to plan for the worst case scenario, you need to have all the tools in your tool chest or in your arsenal. And one of those, right, is prevention. And for prevention is being able to upfront, be able to put the word out that this is not allowed and this is what the consequence is going to be. And so we need to be able to empower our law enforcement to get that word out and to make the message abundantly clear that in the city of Santa Monica, this is not tolerated. You are allowed, to practice your First Amendment rights. You are welcome here to protest. We will protect you while you come and you protest. Everybody is welcome here and you will be safe here. But at the same time, if you want to come and cause havoc here, you are not welcome here. And so that's why it's extremely important here that we give our law enforcement all the tools necessary to protect our protesters, to protect our law enforcement, to protect our visitors. And so I wholeheartedly support this ordinance, and I hope that everybody else does too. Thank you.
Councilmember McCowan and then Councilmember De La Torre. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
So just a question of the maker and the seconder, and I am guessing I know the answer, but would there be any consideration, I see your head shaking already, to a sunset on the emergency ordinance, just so that, clearly the votes are here, right? It sounds like, I haven't heard from everyone, but I can, take the temperature of the room. To sunset the emergency ordinance and revisit a non-emergency ordinance in 120 days. Receiving one, we'll know sort of how it worked. We'll get some data and feedback, and we'll be able to sort of engage more community in the process before having our permanent ordinance in place.
May I make a pitch for what Councilmember McCowan is suggesting? Because I was going to suggest a similar thing, and I hate to interrupt, but the reason I was going to suggest it is because I think we're faced in this case with a new circumstance. This is not like May 31st. We basically have two armies converging on our city who want to make war in front of the pier. You have, one group that is anti-vax, and then you have, the pro-vax, pro, and then you have perhaps the Antifa, right. You've got but you have sort of two armies meeting right now. Whether taking these devices away and giving the power to do this is really untested. I understand that other places have implemented it, and there have been better results, right? And there are places that have done it, and there haven't been better results, as in LA. I'm not sure this will get a better result. I've seen that sometimes when the police stand back, you get a worse result. Sometimes you get a better. There's no predicting because each crowd has its own dynamic. But I think that we need to do the emergency ordinance now in light of, and it's not just one, there are two events because we have the 29th and then we have the 18th. Is that right? So we have two events coming up with two warring, groups coming to the city, and I want to do everything possible to de-escalate what happens in that instance, and I think this will do that. And I think that if we
Can I ask you guys what? I'm just curious, like, what are the items that you're concerned about? Is it because you think, is that what it is? So, but explain to me what it's about, because I'm trying to understand if it's about safety and it's not.
So we also didn't have a chance
Well,
to
wait,
finish our
it's only
thoughts
one
and
person
our
at a
why.
time. Okay, so you need to let us, finish what we're saying. So I think that this ordinance could be, and I did vote against it the last time. I am prepared to vote for it this time, but I would rather see it sunsetted and replaced by a permanent ordinance. It's not an emergency ordinance after we've had a chance to see what happens over the next 120 days. So that's why I think that this friendly amendment makes sense, because I think it gives us a chance to refine the ordinance and make it perhaps even better and more responsive to what our needs are.
And I mean, I concur. That's my thinking. I'm inclined to support this as an emergency ordinance. I think the circumstances are slightly different than those that were presented in April. I also think, to sort of what Councilmember Negrete spoke to, and the concerns about, I mean, ultimately, May 31st, the protests weren't, well, they had their own problems, but there were other problems. And what I like a lot about what I heard tonight too is the emphasis on better communication, using this ordinance to be able to then advertise and make for a safer protest for people. I look forward to hearing how that goes. I look forward to, seeing how the, no longer siloed communication in different city departments leads toward sort of everyone working together to ensure this city's safety on the 29th. But I have to say that I would feel more comfortable. And as to the question, this, for me, if you're really asking, I'm not talking about specific, things. And I absolutely don't agree that we should list everything and that's how, no, I have challenges with the fact that this is potentially, whether legally or not, an infringement on what I view to be First Amendment rights. And you specifically spoke to, who needs to bring this stuff. There are historically protests that women have protested for reproductive rights. People have tried to ban the ability to have all sorts of things, that are used in those protests that are not things you would just think up, but dildos, all sorts of things. And people try to prevent rights of people to express themselves. Now, I think George did a yeoman's task and a great job, and this ordinance does conform with other ordinances in cities surround. But that's Lana, and that may be the standard for you, and that may be sufficient. But what I'm saying, as someone who has participated in a lot of protests and does worry about my ability to protest and express myself, which is my God-given right as an American, I worry. So I'm being cautious and optimistic.
I guess what I'm saying is if it's written in here, you're saying that they might go against that? I don't get the...
I want to interrupt this for a minute. I apologize for a minute.
Yeah.
But you had a question of me. And now it's gone on to a whole different discussion.
She was going to ask for the friendly amendment.
She was going to ask for a friendly amendment. You asked for that also. And then all of a sudden there ended up being 5 cross conversations. So let me go back to answering your question, because maybe that'll dispel or it'll increase the discussion. I'm not sure. First, I can't understand how the items that are being prohibited by this ordinance in a protest, why 4 or 5 months from now, someone should then be allowed to bring bear spray and a pitchfork. So I think the prohibition is legitimate. We've just spent an hour almost on this discussion. I honestly can't see coming back in 4 or 5 months and spending another hour to discuss this again. So, Mayor Pro Tem, There are a couple of things I hear from your discussion in response to Councilmember Negrete, some really legitimate concerns that I agree with. But I don't see that this ordinance prohibits any of those now or in the future. So with all due respect, and I mean really respect, I will not accept that as a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Well, I would like if you could point out like the items that you're worried, I'm not saying items specifically, like
you don't
what
need
is
to do
saying
that.
that you're concerned about that would lead
Lana,
to
you don't
that.
need to do that right now.
Doesn't matter.
Well, because I want to be fair to the discussion.
No, you
But the
don't.
discussion's over. Councilmember Davis.
So I just want to say two things quickly, because it was sort of suggested that my decision to vote no on this was somehow insulting or not supportive of the police department, and that's just wrong. I think we can disagree on whether or not the police department already has the tools it needs to stop violence at protest. I believe it does. I did not call our police department racist. I did not say that they are bad people, but I know, as someone who over the last 45 years and served in the Civil Rights Division of the United States Department of Justice, know that we are all human beings and that oftentimes suppression of First Amendment rights disproportionately affects the marginalized, people of color, the economically disadvantaged. And I will answer your question, and I will just give you one example. I have frequently, with anti-nuclear protests, protested with a gas mask, and that's prohibited here. And I understand why it is, because when people are bringing bear spray, the people who are bringing the bear spray want to have a gas mask, so they're not. But there have been numerous protests where things like a gas mask. There have been numerous protests where certain other items have been, pepper spray, have been brought. Yes, so, and I'm not suggesting that we try and wordsmith this. My point is that, just twofold. One is, I really do want to disagree with the implication that somehow this makes me anti-police. I support our police department 100%. I personally believe they already have the tools, both to keep protesters safe and to make sure that the protests proceed in an orderly manner. And I assume that had that gentleman with a pitchfork tried to use the pitchfork on someone, they would have stopped him. And as Mayor Pro Tem McCowan points out, this ordinance or something like it was in effect in LA, and nevertheless people got stabbed. So the effectiveness of the ordinance is a real question for me, but I really felt the need to correct the suggestion that somehow by opposing this ordinance that made me anti-police or accuse the police of being racist, because nothing could be farther from the truth. I think we can just have an honest policy disagreement about whether or not this particular ordinance, one, is necessary, two, will achieve the purposes that it is intended to achieve, and three, in my mind, whether or not it doesn't run greater risk, because now you are inviting, these people are not going to voluntarily give up their things. They're not going to go, oh, I didn't know in Santa Monica I couldn't wear a flak jacket. That's going to, in my mind, run the risk of greater confrontation, not less. So those are my policy reasons, has nothing to do with my evaluation or feelings for our police department. And you know, I think that if we're going to have a discussion, we should focus on the issues and not try and ascribe intent to people without understanding where they're coming from. So I just wanted to make that
comment was
clear.
only in response to the idea that I would hope that you guys would make these decisions. So that's why I said that. I just wanted to ask the chief if you have any response to anything that was discussed, and also in terms of sunsetting, what that does. So if this is an emergency ordinance for 120 days, and you're having, and then it's sunsetting and we're going back at it. I don't know if you have any comment to that.
Okay. My only question is it, I guess not. Everybody's looking at me, so I guess I better give an answer, because I didn't know what the other people had questions.
I think we're in, so we're in discussion, we're beyond questions, right? And we're in discussion, but I think you can answer Councilmember Negretti's question, right, if you can.
Okay, so the thing that I would just comment on twofold. One, to the issue of the sunset. Anything for us is better than nothing. Whatever proactive tool that would be, this is a proactive tool that will help us. Because there's when we talk about safer, nothing happens is a good thing. We look at some of the other demonstrations and activities that we've had, and we've said nothing happened. Well, that's a measure of success. If less than what could happen happens, then that's a measure of success. So I just want to put that out there. And then as to the sunset, if you deem it appropriate as a policy decision to implement a sunset, I would just ask that you're assiduous about ensuring that there's the follow-up with the organization's new administration so that moving forward, there's a consistent level of protection proactively for the community, for the protests, and that you don't it doesn't fall into some gray area and we lose it because as I hear about like the pitchfork, well, yes, we there are to Councilmember Davis's point, yes, there are actions we can take, but keep in mind that some of those actions then become reactive. If we see somebody walking toward if the event is at the pier and we see someone at 4th and Olympic, we now have the ability to say, you can't go into that area with that. And I understand when you say that it could potentially create the cauldron for more confrontation. It's up to us to understand appropriate de-escalation and employ that. Every day we address issues wherein people have the ability to not cooperate. Every day, even as we're here speaking, there are folks out there who are doing the work and people are saying, oh, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to do X, when the social contract says, well, you're not supposed to be doing whatever X behavior is. So that is our absolute obligation to be able to effectively manage within acceptable community standard principles of constitutionality, first and foremost, and what's department and organizational policy. Anytime we're addressing folks, because people, that's what we're here for. That's what our job is, and we do have that ability to manage that. And so whatever you decide as a matter of policy, I just ask that to the degree that you can, if you're going to vote in this direction, vote in this direction, and we'll work with you on the sunset.
Thank you.
I just feel it's that important.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, just really quick, want to give a couple of points of information. And there was a protest, well, really, it wasn't really, it was a meeting. The Committee for Racial Justice met at Virginia Park, and there was a group called the Proud Boys. And, there's specific groups that are out there, but I know one of them, the Proud Boys, and they showed up. And those of us in the community heard about it. We showed up. There was about 25 of them. There was less of us. And there was a confrontation, and it didn't, spill out into all-out violence, but there was scuffles, and law enforcement had to get involved. And I think to myself, if any of these people even would have had sticks, it would have escalated really quick. So I've been in many protests myself. I understand that sometimes you'd want to hold up a sign, and I think, there's a place for that. But in terms of what's happening in the country right now with these groups that are coming out and they're prone to violence, it's just a different type of sentiment that's out in the community. And I think coming out of this meeting, the whole world is watching us right now, and it's important for us to come out of this meeting with a resolve that this council from the leadership comes from the top, where we say we want to protect people's rights to protest peacefully, but for those people that are coming with other intentions and the tools to create more harm, we will intervene. And I know wholeheartedly that law enforcement has the ability to, use their discretion, know when you can talk to somebody, and if these folks are starting to behave in a way, like I'll give you an example. Law enforcement sees someone with a stick, say, excuse me, sir, you can't have the stick. And that guy says, you know what, forget it, I'm gonna do whatever I want. At that point, they can flag that person. They can say, hey, look, monitor him, watch the guy with the red shirt. You can start finding out who are the hotheads, who are the people that are here with some ill intent. And so it's real important, I think, that we give law enforcement in our community the tools and the directive to ensure that we protect peaceful protests in the city of Santa Monica. And I think supporting this item will allow us to get there. I do like the idea of coming back, at a later date, with how we can refine this. But I think right now, considering we have these demonstrations, these protests that are being planned in our community, looking at the past history and just feeling sort of the tensions that are in our society right now in general, I think this is a smart move for us right now.
City Manager Jalili, and I'm sorry,
Mayor,
I
was
saw
just
you. And
going to suggest if you increase the time frame from 90 days to 6 months, you may have a better opportunity to actually evaluate. You may have more events to evaluate.
I thought we were at 120. 120 is 4 months, right? So you're suggesting 180?
6, yes.
120 would be basically December 31st. 6 months would be basically the end of February of next year.
But then does that mean
So,
we have to meet before?
So even though I don't feel I'm required to offer my exact, an exact example, I will. And this further supports why I think to do this emergency ordinance with a sunset is so imperative. This would apply from here on out for public assemblies, gatherings, anything that requires a permit. And the ban on helmet, I believe that's the case, right? The following community event means an activity, and it would apply to protests and other, right? Am I missing something?
No, that's correct.
Right. And so for any protest like the one last week, where you have large numbers of children, even though large numbers didn't attend last week, or anyone under the age of 18, or anyone arriving using a micromobility device, helmets are basically standard fare for how people get around town in Santa Monica if they're of a certain age and don't drive. And I'm not comfortable with that. So I proposed a sunset so that when we come back, maybe the ordinance at that time, while letting you have this ordinance for right now when we're seeing the volatility and we know the intel, but we can sort of observe over the next 4 to 6 months and come back with an option that maybe is a longer term plan for Santa Monica. The votes are here. We all see it, hear it. I don't think that will change in 4 to 6 months. But I do think that this emergency ordinance, for all the reasons it is an emergency ordinance, should include a sunset. And I had raised this in advance with the chief. I somehow missed the last page of the staff report and the presentation glaring in my face. But
So let me just understand, okay?
Or I'll offer a
Is it
substitute
a friendly
motion
amendment
if it's not.
to have this basically return in 180 days, right?
180 or
Or 120, whatever George.
I thought we were at 6 months.
Hold on. I'm hearing from our esteemed city manager that we could revisit in 180 days. We may decide we don't want to. So could we do something instead of it sunsetting? Could we say that we may choose to revisit in 180 days?
I think we should make it mandatory. I would rather have it be mandatory.
Otherwise, we're going to have amendments.
The alternative would be.
What council
I'm
could
sorry,
do,
George?
what council could do is basically take two actions tonight. You could include a sunset clause that would sunset it after 180 days, but at the same time, you could give direction to staff to return at some point before the 180 days with a proposed permanent ordinance. That would work.
Okay, is that
In deference to our mayor and mayor pro tem, I will accept that friendly, but I will accept that friendly amendment.
Both second?
Yes, you both need
And I
to
second
agree.
the
Okay.
amendment.
All right, good.
I agree. I don't know what I'm saying.
So just so everybody is clear, in the ordinance, to accomplish that, at the very end of the ordinance, and at the end of section 4, we would add a sentence that says, "This ordinance shall sunset and shall have no force and effect after February 28th, 2022. That's a 6-month date. And then as part of the motion, in addition to passing the emergency ordinance, you would include direction to staff to return at a point in time prior to February 28th, 2021, in sufficient time to consider a non-emergency ordinance that would be effective if passed as of February 28th, 2021.
Is next year a leap year?
2022, sorry.
Is next year a leap year, George?
No.
I do not know.
Wait, I thought you said 20, oh, no, you said 28th, right? Yeah, okay, good.
George, what was
Can
the
we,
sun-
can
what
we
was the
vote on
sunset
this?
date?
Sunset date would be February 28th.
Okay, so it's been friendly. Let's have a roll call vote. I think that we've talked this into the ground.
You said February 20th, right?
28th. Are we doing the, Denise? Oh,
Yes,
good,
we
you're
are.
putting it up. Thank you.
We are. And this is
Okay.
with- This is with the amendment. Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmerich?
Yes, so that passes 6-1. On a motion by Brock, seconded by Negrete. Negrete, I can do this, right? Whatever. Great, so now, I know we had talked about taking a break. Do you think, I wonder if this is a good time, or, yes? Okay, everybody says yes. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We will be back at 10:05. I'm giving you an extra minute, everyone, okay? We don't have a clerk. When Denise gets back, we'll, oh, Denise, oh, good, okay.
Nah, she took a picture and posted it.
Yeah.
That would be embarrassing.
So Glee. Okay, so, no, but, the audit subcommittee, you're the appointment.
Oh,
So do you want to keep doing that?
I don't know, if there's someone else who wants to do it, I'm happy to. I mean, I'm happy to continue doing it because I need someone, but
Yes,
if someone
thank you.
else wants to do it, I don't want to be in their way.
Okay. Well, we have to do public safety.
Law school.
Well, yeah.
Mayor, I'm ready. Hello? Oh, good, she's not. Oh, good, she's not, her mic's not on. Oh, shoot, don't do that. Ta-da!
You said you only wanted to work on general. It's usually.
They're negotiating it around.
Since the election, because.
That's a lot.
But it only needs
Okay.
It would be, it would be like right now. So, I remember being your mom.
Here's the damn wine. I turned around. Still not wet.
I would be pretty much. Okay, so,
I really apologize, but we are reconvening, the, what month is it? August 24th, 2021, regular meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. And we are, I believe, on item 7C. There is a translator available. And if you're calling in and you need a translator, let the phone handlers know and they will make the appropriate arrangements. So, now, Madam Clerk, if you would call the next item, please.
It's introduction and adoption of an emergency ordinance prohibiting dumping of commercial trash in city receptacles, dumping of liquid waste on public rights of way, or onto the pier or beach, or into storm drains, and use of combustible fuels on or in close proximity to the pier. And I believe George is presenting.
So I'll start this out. This is the recommendation to adopt an emergency ordinance that has 3 separate parts, and there are going to be different speakers on each of the 3 separate parts to address the safety concerns and fire risk concerns that motivate these and the need for it as an emergency ordinance. And first up, I believe, is Fire Marshal Eric Binder.
Well, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. As George stated, I am Eric Binder. I'm your City Fire Marshal. And we are here, the fire department's here to ask for you to consider our emergency ordinance to limit the use of combustible fuels on the pier. As you know, our historic 112-year-old pier is predominantly a wooden structure. A lot of it is impregnated with creosote, which actually makes it even more combustible. We have limited entrances and exits to the pier, and as you see on our weekends, very well-attended pier. The pier is equipped with an understructure fire sprinkler system that kind of is there to control the progress or the progression of a fire if it does occur. What we are concerned with is the risk of what we've been seeing is unregulated use of combustible fuels that have been taking place on the pier currently. The piers in our local area have not been immune to conflagrations. We've had a Redondo Beach Pier back in 1988 had a very large fire. In Seal Beach back in 2016, they also had quite a large fire on their pier. Both of these are wooden type piers, very similar to Santa Monica. So the City of Santa Monica adopts the California Fire Code, and then we adopt it once every 3 years. The fire code is broad and specific in very specific areas. But one thing that it doesn't really address is the conditions that we're seeing at the pier, which is the use of open flame and the use of combustible materials near combustible construction. So what we try to do is see if there's a code that may apply. And really the only code that we have in the books is a code that prohibits charcoal burners or open flames on balconies in multifamily residential occupancies. We can kind of apply it, but the code actually has an exception which negates the prohibition if the building is sprinklered. And since the pier has a fire sprinkler system, it kind of complies with that code. So what we're asking tonight is to enact a new emergency ordinance that would provide that no person shall use any combustible fuel, including but not limited to propane, butane, any other liquid gas, kerosene, sterno, charcoal, or wood on the Santa Monica Pier, including the pier bridge or within 25 feet of the Santa Monica Pier, for any purposes involving the fuel's combustion, including but not limited to heating, lighting, or cooking without first obtaining a permit from the fire marshal. George, do you want to take that?
So these are just the implementing parts. The fire marshal would be designated to promulgate implementing regulations if needed. and a violation would be an infraction or a misdemeanor or could be enforced through administrative citations. The ordinance also would provide the fire marshal with the ability to impound the combustible fuel that's being used in violation of the section, together with the storage tank or the other storage receptacle in which that fuel is used. So that would provide an impound mechanism to deal with this directly. That's the first part of the ordinance.
Perfect.
And I
Good
think
way to-
the second part goes over to Peter James.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Give me a second to log in here. My notes.
Haven't seen you in a while, Mr. James.
Been a while. Yeah, let me show you my face. Hi.
Oh, you're still here.
Still here. Good evening, everyone. My name is Peter James. I am one of your Chief Operation Officers within the Public Works Department. And I've been asked to describe some of the operational challenges that we face with respect to illegal dumping of trash, other materials, and liquids. And I thought a good entryway into this was to just briefly describe the role of Public Works in the care and maintenance of the beach. And really our job is to provide a clean, safe, and sustainable environment for our residents and our visitors. And because the beach is so intrinsically tied to the city's identity and to our economic advantage in the region, we put a tremendous amount of resources towards maintaining a high-quality environment down at the pier and the beach. And I'm just going to describe a little bit about our teams. We use teams from our beach maintenance division who rake and sanitize the sand on a daily basis. We remove debris from the beach. We service and empty over 250 trash cans that are placed there for casual individual use, not for commercial activity. We clean the bathrooms, and we ensure that our pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure is clean from sand or other debris. Our Pier Maintenance Division oversees the conservation of the historic landmark, ensuring that the structure and its surfaces are clean and safe, and that the entrance experience from the intersection of Colorado and Ocean Avenue or from Oceanfront Walk is a pleasant one. And lastly, our RRR division sweeps the lots daily, collects trash, recycling, and organic waste from in and around the pier and the beach. And on top of that, we have two contractors in place. We have SB Plus, who manage our parking lots. They also help to clean and sweep the lots with a broom and a pan. And we have our land care provider, Mariposa, who does trash patrol during busy weekdays and weekends during the summer, so that we can keep up with the volume of trash that is put into our surface lots each and every single day. Given all the resources from these 5 distinct maintenance groups, we still face enormous challenges with respect to illegal dumping, and we've had to divert resources away from other tasks in order to keep up with the ever-increasing volume of waste that is generated by commercial activities, illegal commercial activities. And the photos before you here are just a sampling of recently taken pictures, some by our staff, some by community members, showing the conditions that our staff faces daily and illustrates the level of effort that's needed to maintain a clean and safe environment. Much of the mess that's presented on this slide cannot be remedied by machines or by any mechanical processes, but instead require individuals to work with their own 2 hands using small tools to clean and sanitize. And that just equates to extra time and labor lost in other parts of the city. We have tried adding additional containers, but these have been filled up almost instantly. We've increased the collection frequencies, but more trash continues to be dumped. And we currently have, in the 1550 lot alone, we have 8 containers that are solely for the purpose of capturing waste generated by illegal commercial activities, which is the same setup that we have for Casa del Mar, which is a 129-room hotel with a 270-person restaurant, a day spa, and a fitness center. So there's a tremendous amount happening in the parking lots and the pier with respect to waste generation. And at the moment, we're at the point where the illegal dumpers simply leave trash out in the lot. As these photos show, it takes a lot of hands to pick it up. And in these two photos, we have staff from beach maintenance, Triple R, and SB Plus all working side by side to clean the mess. And these folks, frankly, could be doing other things to service the city, but instead are having to redirect their resources to deal with this issue. And I'll pause here just because I think it's also important to note what exactly the waste is that's going into these trucks. Everything that you see here is going straight to landfill. The contamination level is so high that all the recyclables or organics or other things that we would divert away from the landfill, we do not have the resources, nor would the haulers accept this material. So things like single-use plastics, which are, of course, banned in the city of Santa Monica, have made a real comeback with this activity. Bottles, cans, plastic bags, all of that is going straight to the landfill, which, of course, is a lost opportunity, but one that we just do not have sufficient capacity to address. We have a video here. Please work.
Worked earlier.
Such a good video. Here we go.
There.
Okay. This video should get rolling pretty soon, unless I have to push another
You have to
button.
click the arrow again.
Do I have to click the arrow? Okay. Can we turn the sound down, please? This is this was captured by beach maintenance staff during the night crew, and the sound you heard was the sound of his cell phone. But this video shows how excessive the issue has become. The containers that you see in the background are ones that we put for the sole purpose of capturing illegally generated commercial trash, and they're overflowing. But what you see happening now is the importing of waste from to our parking lots from parts unknown. The truck in this video entered the 1550 lot full of waste that was generated somewhere else, and the license plate had been removed from the truck to avoid identification. And we're seeing this truck on a daily basis, other trucks like it, performing the same type of activity. Just dumping it, yeah. And so I think it really points to the need to act quickly before this becomes the norm. Okay. I think George, I was going to reiterate some of the points on this slide. So we have a lot of containers down at the beach and on the pier, but those are really intended for public, individual use, casual use, beachgoer use. Permitted commercial entities like the restaurants at the pier, they have their own enclosures, they have their own accounts with Triple R. They are not intended, our public receptacles are not intended for the dumping of business waste. And there's obvious impacts to our own operations as well as to the public health and safety of beachgoers as well as to the environment. And in a couple of slides here, I'll talk more about the environmental impacts that we've observed. But I think I pass it to George here to talk about the law.
So we currently have existing laws. So we have Santa Monica Code 7.48.020, which prohibits you from throwing or depositing litter on any street, alley, parkway, sidewalk, or other public place, but does authorize you to throw litter into public receptacles or authorize private receptacles. And then we also have an ordinance that requires that you place litter in public receptacles or private receptacles in such a manner as to prevent it being carried away from the elements. What we don't have is anything that would prohibit commercial businesses from dumping their trash into public receptacles that aren't intended for that. And so the ordinance we're proposing is in fact one that if the PowerPoint doesn't cut out, clearly it's not liking us. Yep.
Maybe Mr. James can just ask me that.
I have it on my screen here. I could turn it around. There we go. There we go.
So this is the ordinance we're providing, which I can see on that screen, but not any of the others. But basically an ordinance that very simply and succinctly just says it's unlawful for any owner, manager, operator, or employee of a business to deposit litter from that business. And litter is defined in our other ordinances to cover basically all of what you've seen in a public receptacle without first obtaining a permit from the Department of Public Works. It would authorize the Department of Public Works to promulgate implementing regulations, and it provides that a violation is an infraction or a misdemeanor or can be enforced through administrative citations. So it's a straightforward prohibition to try and address what we're seeing, what Mr. James has described. And with that, we'll turn to the next part of the ordinance, which addresses dumping primarily of liquid waste.
Thanks, George. That's the storm drain, correct, yeah. So as George mentioned, another challenge that we're facing with pier and beach maintenance is the dumping of things like grease and other cooking materials, in addition to liquids dumped from coolers or other types of receptacles into our public spaces. This activity is dangerous to the safety of beach visitors, particularly those that walk or ride on our brand new pedestrian and bike path. And has visible impacts to the overall sustainability of the coastal aquatic marine life that call this place home. There we go. And here are a few images of what the impacts of dumping liquids has on the beach environment. The liquids themselves are particularly insidious because they mix with the sand and other debris and kind of clump together. And it takes a lot of elbow grease, time, and resources that we simply don't have to deal with it. As I mentioned, our brand new beach bike and pedestrian path is now stained with bacon fat and cooking oils, which is not only unsightly, but it also presents a hazard to users of that space. And we do get a lot of 311 complaints about that. We pressure wash and use degreaser as frequently as possible, but it is a never-ending battle. And the damage is done, unfortunately. Our staff has also observed people pouring rendered fat and oil between the deck boards of the pier, which ends up in the sand. And this is also something that cannot be cleaned easily, so more resources go towards hand cleaning the beach instead of using our mechanical equipment. And from a sustainability standpoint, these activities really have a deleterious impact on the natural environment. Many birds or other coastal animals that live on our shoreline are attracted to some of this food. Vermin is attracted to some of this spillage. And they also present a health and safety hazard for the humans that use the beach or who are exposed to these new conditions both on the sand and in the water. And I checked with our engineering department today just to get a check on the water quality at the pier. It's a tough nut to crack, but I think the shorthand on it is that the water quality is worse this year than it was last year. I don't think we can point the finger directly to this type of activity, but it certainly is a contributing factor. Whether that it attracts more birds or more animals that poop into the water where the sampling is taken, or if the debris itself goes straight into the water, it's a matter of speculation. But I'll end by just saying that we are a city that strives to lead the region and often the nation as stewards of our natural environment, and we have been very effective in attuning our public works practices to serve that sustainability agenda. However, these new challenges really demonstrate a blatant disregard for our natural environment, and Public Works certainly supports the proposal to take more aggressive action to remedy this behavior. And I'll now pass it back to George.
So Peter already covered these, but these are kind of the health, safety, and environmental risks that the ordinance is intended to address. We do have currently Chapter 710 in the Municipal Code, which is a general runoff conservation and sustainable management ordinance, and it does contain a prohibition on dumping into storm drains in particular, but it's worded in such a way, and it's in the context of a very complex statute, that it makes it very difficult to understand. And indeed, I think if you look at that unlawful for any person to discharge or cause a non-stormwater discharge to the MS4. Many of us looking at that would not know what that means without looking at the other provisions. It's not straightforward or simple to understand, and as a result, it's not easy to enforce. And so what we're proposing is a new ordinance, section 7.48.130, which would include definitions, a very specific definition of liquid waste to include the types of liquid waste that we're seeing most commonly dumped, including fuel, solvents, cooking oil or fat, grease, paint, detergents, fertilizers, pesticides, lubricants, surfactants, waste oils, solvents, coolants, liquid contaminated with residue from raw or semi-cooked fish, meat, or chicken, and liquid prescription or non-prescription medicines. And then has a very broad definition of solid waste to basically include everything other than ice being disposed of as waste. And then the prohibition is basically for storm drains. It's a very straightforward prohibition. Don't dump anything in a storm drain, whether it's solid or liquid waste, because that's not what they're for. For liquid wastes, there's a more broad prohibition. This isn't limited to just the beach or the pier. It's also we're seeing this also in parks and other places where people are dumping liquid waste. And so the prohibition for liquid waste would be it's unlawful to dispose of liquid waste in or on any street, sidewalk, bike path, public parking lot, public park, the beach, the pier, or any public receptacle. Again, it would give the Director of Public Works the ability to promulgate implementing regulations, and it would provide that a violation is an infraction or a misdemeanor or can be enforced through administrative citations. So with that, I'll turn it over to, I believe, Anuj, who's going to talk about implementation and compliance and enforcement.
Thanks, George. And good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. Again, Anuj Gupta, Deputy City Manager. So should council approve the emergency ordinance before you tonight, staff will implement a progressive enforcement strategy focused on achieving voluntary compliance first and foremost when possible. So therefore, phase one of our implementation would be an education and outreach effort that would be led by our code enforcement officers in the field. They are present every weekend, at least 4 days a week, consistently in some of the critical areas we're discussing tonight. We are preparing informational flyers in English and Spanish with visual icons as well that will explain the new rules that officers will be prepared to distribute beginning as early as this week and this weekend, should council approve tonight's ordinance. Now, following an initial period of education to ensure that there's broad awareness of these new rules and potential consequences for any violations, staff would implement a collaborative enforcement model, again, with the goal of achieving compliance to protect public health, protect public safety, and environmental health as well, in particular in the pier and beach area, as well as citywide. So to that end, I'm pleased to welcome a few colleagues to briefly share the role that each of the three agencies in this collaborative enforcement model will be a part of, and to highlight their commitment to successful implementation of this ordinance. Sharon Guidry, our code enforcement manager, Eric Binder, our fire marshal, who you heard from earlier, and our chief of police, Jacqueline Seabrooks, who you also heard from earlier this evening as well. So we'll start with Sharon.
Thank you, Anuj. And good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. As Anuj said, I'm Sharon Guidry. I'm the Code Enforcement Manager here in Santa Monica. And I'd like to start first by just saying I'm very proud to lead the group of talented and dedicated code enforcement officers and support staff as we have here in the City of Santa Monica. And with that, I would say that code enforcement has been on the front lines of enforcing issues that are unique to the beach and the pier areas. And code enforcement is primarily responsible for enforcing vending activities, performers, surf and fitness instructors, pedicabs, and other general code enforcement issues in and around the pier. And in keeping with our responsibility for a clean and safe Santa Monica, code enforcement is committed to continue our longstanding enforcement efforts and role in and around the beach and the pier. And we will continue to collaborate with the police and fire departments to address issues, public safety issues of mutual concern. And if passed tonight, I'll be working directly with our fire marshal and the police chief to develop a collaborative, consistent, and progressive mutual approach to effectively address some of the most significant safety concerns that are happening in and around the pier. And so with that, I will turn it over to our Fire Marshal, Eric Binder. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Yeah, just to reiterate with Sharon that we've been starting to work with code enforcement and our police department starting actually in Memorial Day weekend. We ramped up our efforts together to really work on this pretty significant problem. And we've been continuing that with the very busy weekends, the 4th of July weekend, and several weekends in this past July. So we'll continue to work together with Sharon and her group and Chief Seabrooks and their folks to really try and target the significant safety incidents that are occurring on the pier. So.
Okay, so I'm back. Good evening. The police department remains committed to continuing its work with its collaborative work with its with our colleague municipal departments, public works. No, I didn't mean public works, code enforcement, and the fire department. Excuse me. It's been a long day. To ensure that those criminal violations which have the potential to compromise the public safety and the quality of life issues that occur on and around the pier, we're going to continue our efforts to work collaboratively to ensure that we maintain safety in that regard, particularly as it relates to the passage of this ordinance as it relates to the criminal component. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. Thank you. Anush?
Thank you, Chief.
Many thanks to all of our great colleagues in the city. So while this emergency ordinance that's before the council tonight is, of course, of general applicability, meaning that it would apply to anyone who's engaging in the prohibited conduct, clearly many of the public health and public safety impacts that we're discussing and seeking to address here are related to the impacts of the proliferation of unpermitted vending activities that have been happening on and around the pier and beach areas and that have really escalated significantly in recent months. So to that end, I just did want to briefly review the features and some of the successes of our sidewalk vending permitting program, which council adopted in April 2019 in response to a change in state law the year prior. We did work to develop an inclusive and accessible sidewalk vending permitting program that struck the balance between expanding economic opportunity for low-income and often marginalized workers, while also protecting public health and public safety in some of our city's most iconic public spaces. We deliberately, as we designed this program, kept the barriers to entry low, kept the fees low as possible to make permits accessible. We engaged in a robust bilingual education and outreach effort in English and Spanish to build awareness of the new program, the process and requirements to obtain a permit, and the restricted and prohibited areas that are off limits that per council direction were off limits to vending for public safety reasons. And we have had some considerable success despite the challenges of recent months. We have issued over 100 permits over the last 2.5 years to both mobile and stationary vendors selling merchandise as well as food in our brand new program, including 40 plus and counting for the current fiscal year. And I think it's worth noting that that's actually a comparable number of vending permits that we've issued in the city of Santa Monica to what the entire city of Los Angeles has issued in their own sidewalk vending program, obviously much larger city with a much larger geographic landscape and vending population overall. And I think it's important to highlight that we've consistently engaged with vendors as well as legal and policy advocates for vendors to support our shared goal of expanding permitted access to safe and permissible legal vending, to removing cost and regulatory obstacles, and to lowering the barriers that exist at the state and county level while continuing to protect public health and safety. So just a few quick visuals to illustrate. We did produce a number of materials working with a noted artist who had done vendor artwork in New York and Los Angeles, this guide to sidewalk vending in Santa Monica that you see in English and Spanish that provides a lot of really clear visual do's and don'ts and information for vendors to get permitted. We did outreach when we were developing the ordinance. We have these QR code cards that we still distribute to vendors so they can directly access the permitting application and permitting information. And we've done a number of informational videos in English and Spanish with members of our city staff, including our code enforcement supervisor, Armando Rangel, who you see on the screen there. And then, as I said, we have been continuing to work with a number of the advocates. There was significant media coverage earlier this month of a report by public counsel in UCLA Law School on the barriers to entry, barriers to permitted vending, particularly at the state and county level for food vendors. And we've been in discussions with many of these advocates, the authors of this report, just to underscore our commitment to supporting their efforts when possible, consistent with public health, to lower the cost, expand the availability of lower cost vending carts, and to work with and advocate at the county and state level for lower barriers to entry for sidewalk vendors. And so I just wanted to underscore the importance of our continued commitment to an inclusive sidewalk vending program amidst the challenges that we've highlighted tonight of the unpermitted vending that we've seen really proliferate over the last year.
So again, this is proposed as a emergency ordinance given the immediacy of the risks. Given the immediacy of the risk to public health and safety, it is proposed as an emergency ordinance, which would again, like the last ordinance, be effective on adoption, and it would require 5 votes for adoption as an emergency ordinance. And again, that's the recommended action, which is to adopt the emergency ordinance addressing each of these 3 separate public health and safety issues. And I believe that concludes the staff report.
Thank you. And thank you to everybody who contributed to this report. It actually was really helpful, and the visuals were really helpful, I think, for all of us. Denise, how many chits or callers do we have?
We have 3 callers.
We have 3 callers.
3 callers. Does anybody want to ask questions before the callers? Okay, let's go to the callers.
Okay, Esther, we're ready for the callers. Esther?
Welcome, Jim Harris. You're in the meeting, and your time starts now.
Good evening, and thank you, Honorable City Council members. I am Jim Harris, the Interim Executive Director of the Santa Monica Pier Corporation. The Pier Corporation thanks you for addressing the collective Santa Monica Pier community's cleanliness and safety concerns, especially those regarding the current growing unpermitted use of combustible fuels by vendors, and urges you to approve the proposed emergency ordinance additions before you tonight. Since its opening day on September 9th, 1909, the Santa Monica Pier has been a focal point for both the local community and visitors from all over the world. The pier has welcomed people universally and in equal fashion has provided opportunity to all walks of life, including business enterprises, the fishing community, street performers, and many other trades, including, of course, commercial street vending. These activities are a vital part of the pier's appeal, and when they operate harmoniously and safely, the pier is indeed a world-class destination. In 2001, the city launched the vending cart program on the pier in recognition of the experiential value that street vending could add to the pier. Defined within that program are requirements specifically intended to assure the safety of the vendors, our residents, and all of our visitors. Among these requirements is the need to secure proper permits from the Santa Monica Fire Department for the use of combustible fuels. The process to secure such a permit requires education and training in order to assure safe use. Since the vending cart program's launch, these requirements have been consistently met by the program's participants. However, as you have likely observed or otherwise been made aware of, since the 2018 adoption of California State Bill 946, unlicensed commercial vending on the pier and beach has increased dramatically. The amount of individual cart vendors on the pier has grown exponentially in recent months, and a great many of the newly arrived vendors are using combustible fuels such as propane without the required permits. This situation needs to be addressed immediately, especially since the pier's current fire suppression system underneath the pier deck is not sufficiently designed to extinguish a fire above the deck, which of course is where the vending and corresponding fuel use occurs. The proposed additions to the municipal code are well thought out. and we are especially pleased with the language specific to addressing the use of combustible fuels. This addresses one of our top priorities, the overall safety of our employees, residents, and visitors. In addition, we wish to commend city staff for their recent efforts to enforce the limited measures that the city ordinance currently defines, specifically the actions that were taken on Saturday, August 14th, with increased code enforcement and law enforcement staffing and action. While we understand that the levels of enforcement that were implemented that day are currently not sustainable, we are committed to working with the city toward a more permanent increased presence. We thank the city of Santa Monica for these recent efforts and look forward to the proposed next steps so that we can all collectively share with the world our clean, safe, and wonderfully memorable Santa Monica Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Welcome, Randy Parent. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Himmelrich and members of the City Council. My name is Randy Parent, and I'm a Santa Monica resident calling in support of this proposed emergency ordinance. I worked at the Santa Monica Pier for 17 years, and never during those years witnessed the sheer volume of waste around the pier that is presently visible on any given day. The unprecedented magnitude of debris poses a health and safety hazard to the community and the environment. As all Santa Monicans know, and city staff just demonstrated in their video, waste that lands on our streets and any substances dumped into our storm drain ends up in the Santa Monica Bay, creating hazardous conditions for the beachgoers and swimmers and harming the marine life. By voting in favor of the proposed emergency ordinance, you give our local officials the tools they need to maintain a balance, the right of the commercial enterprises to thrive at the pier, while also protecting the bay and protecting the Santa Monica Pier from the danger posed by the use of unpermitted fuels on this wooden structure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Parent.
Welcome, Nick Ralston. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Hello, Council, Mayor Pro Tem. It's nice to see you all up on the dais together. While I am the Vice Chair of the Pier Board, I'm calling just on my own behalf today as somebody who's passionate about our pier, and which I view as one of our greatest community assets, one of our greatest public assets. It can be hard to find consensus at times between, every board member, every tenant. Yeah, I know that I feel differently on a lot of the issues than some of my colleagues about what constitutes a safety issue, what's a priority, what's impactful. But I do feel confident that none of us want to see the pier burn down. And for that reason, I'm really hoping, I'm hoping you will support this ordinance that does not allow combustible fuel or propane without proper safety measures. The danger is just too extreme, I think, for us to wait on. So I passionately ask you to consider this ordinance, pass this ordinance. I think we can address some of the other issues separately, but from a fire standpoint, this strikes me as just of the utmost concern. And then lastly, as I see the 3 Lincoln Lions on the dais, I just want to give a little shout out to John Adams. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ralston. Is that it, Madam Clerk?
No, we have one more. We have one more speaker.
Thank you.
Welcome, Misty Kearns. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, and I'll join that shout out. My daughter also went to John Adams. Residents representing Santa Monica Travel and Tourism and supporting item 7C. SMTT, as you may know, is a private nonprofit corporation whose purpose is to strengthen our local economy by enhancing and promoting our community as a distinctive, safe, compelling, and welcoming to all travel destination. During this pandemic, so many extra efforts have been made by so many to keep everyone safe in our city clean, from emergency ordinances, thank you, public information and education campaigns offering varied assistance to those in need, free mask distribution, beach cleanups, and more, all with the goal of safe and clean. We are at risk of losing our reputation of offering a safe and clean experience at our world-famous pier and beach areas. I'm not going to repeat what's in the staff report, but I can tell you that that summation endangers our ability to fulfill the vision to ensure Santa Monica's economic recovery as we move forward. We support the emergency ordinance and the 3 prohibitions for fuel on and around the pier, the use of combustible, trash in public receptacles, and dumping of liquid waste in public areas and storm drains. We really encourage you to take action tonight at Tuesday's meeting and to continue to search for ways to provide additional public health, safety, and cleanliness measures to preserve our beach and our wonderful beachfront community. Thank you for your service, and thank you for listening.
Thanks, Misty. So, Esther, how are we doing?
No more callers for this item.
Okay, so we're closing public comment, and now we're open to questions. Councilmember Davis, Councilmember Brock, Councilmember Para. Okay, start with that.
All right. I try not to hopscotch around too much. So obviously, I think we're all aware that there's a state law that protects vending activities. And so I just was wondering if we could briefly understand how this proposed ordinance harmonizes with that and why it doesn't violate that, if it doesn't.
Yeah, we obviously don't believe it violates that. This is not directed at vending activities specifically. It's directed more generally, and the ordinances do not limit themselves to vendors. In particular, the activities are activities not centered on vending. It does happen that most of the use of combustible fuels on the pier is currently being done by vendors who are not permitted. And I will note that vending is not permitted on the pier at all. The pier is a zone that was designated as off limits to sidewalk vendors as part of the vending ordinance. Under the vending ordinance, that can only be enforced administratively, and it clearly has not addressed the problem that we're seeing, which is the use of combustible fuels. But the ordinance is not limited to vendors. It would apply as well to, for example, a fisherman who had a heating element that was using propane without a permit. It would apply to others as well. The same is true of the other provisions in the ordinance. They're not limited to vendors, and indeed, some of the conduct that we're observing, we don't know if it's vendors or not. For example, the person in the truck, other trucks that are coming in and dumping waste. The dumping of liquid waste, as we noted, is not just occurring at the beach or pier, it's also occurring in other places in the city, in parks and other places. And so this is a general ordinance addressed at public health and safety, which we believe can be enforced outside of SB 946, the statute that went to vendors. Another example of that is we currently have an ordinance that prohibits standing or blocking fire lanes or fire exits from the pier. That too is enforced separate and apart from our vending ordinance because it's directed generally at conduct that poses health and safety risks. And so we believe for those reasons, this ordinance can be enforced and is enforceable.
Okay, great, thanks. And then this is just a technical question because obviously seeing a lot of that waste that's going to go directly into landfills. We have a local ordinance that says that takeout containers need to be marine biodegradable. Does that apply to vendors, or is there an exemption that they fall under? And is that, I guess I'm just asking, is that something else we can address if they're not using legal takeaway containers?
I believe that.
Yeah, I mean, that applies citywide, but I'm just saying that, my experience has been most restaurants comply with that.
I may be able to field this one. So yes, Councilmember Davis, the vendor regulations do require that vendors comply with all of the other city ordinances, including the sustainability ordinances with respect to marine degradable, single-use plastics, et cetera. And so that's part of what Sharon and her team are, on the lookout for when they're conducting their engagement and enforcement efforts regularly.
Okay, great, thanks.
That will continue.
Okay, well, and that's actually going to lead, so I have a couple of questions about enforcement. So it's great, I'm glad to see there's this collaborative effort between fire and code enforcement and police. Is it going to be sort of like the help team model, which is it's going to be the same people so that if somebody goes to the pier on Saturday and sees someone who's violating the ordinance and we do this educational outreach and say, hey, there's this ordinance, you can't do that. And then the next day you go back and the person's doing it again, that will have some institutional ability to say, hey, I was here yesterday and told you not to do this. Or if it's somebody new, then we're not going to, you see where I'm getting? I mean, that's one of the reasons the help team works, is that you have the same people interacting with people. Are we going to try and have, if you will, sort of dedicated people? Or, because it seems to me that would be a more effective way to enforce this kind of.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. In regards to code enforcement, yes, we have the same team of officers assigned to the Pier and Beach Enforcement Detail. We currently have 3 officers that are assigned there full time, and we are recruiting the 4th officer that will also be assigned there in response to council's recent approval of 2 additional code enforcement staff that will be dedicated to the beach and pier. So we intend to have 4, and they are the same officers that have a shift that is assigned to that detail specifically, and Eric and Chief Seabrooks can speak to police and fire staffing.
Thanks.
Yeah, for fire, we actually are staffing based on overtime only. Our staffing is limited to our current staffing model that handles our normal inspections during the week, and then we have volunteers that work this detail on the weekend. Sometimes we can get people, sometimes they have family engagements that we can't get them, so there is not that consistency.
Okay, great, thanks. I think I saw Chief Seabrooks back there as well.
And the police department will be using a combination of overtime staffing that is assigned to the beach, as well as our downtown services officers. So as it relates to our downtown services officers, there will likely be a consistency of enforcement staffing. But for the overtime, then that's a variable where the staffing could change.
Okay, great, thanks.
Councilmember Davis, I just wanted to mention early on in the process of developing these regulations, we felt without adequate enforcement, this is not going to help anything. So for that reason, fire, police, code enforcement were all involved in the very early parts of this ordinance. And I am sure they're going to collaborate in the enforcement as well.
Great, and I appreciate that, because we have existing ordinances that without, I'm not meaning to point fingers, but I think at least I've heard some people are concerned that our existing ordinances aren't being enforced. So I want to make sure that if we're going to take this next step, that we have an appropriate enforcement mechanism. And that leads to the question, as I understand it, violation is an administrative citation. I know what an administrative citation is, but I'm just sort of curious how you see that playing out, particularly again, with, shall we say, repeat offenders? How do we see that working?
Actually, these ordinances provide for enforcement either as administrative citations or through the criminal process, as infractions or misdemeanors. So there is the potential for, depending on the circumstances, enforcement strictly criminally or gradated enforcement, an administrative citation first and then criminal. So those options all remain available to the enforcing authorities under these ordinances.
Okay, and just to be clear, so if, let's say, someone's violating the ordinance, we issue an administrative citation, they're a repeat offender, and we decide to escalate, when you say it's a misdemeanor, are we going to arrest them, or are we going to cite them and fine them? I'm just trying to get a sense of how, because clearly, I think enforcement is what has everyone concerned. So I think people want to hear about what the enforcement's going to look like.
Well, from the police department's perspective, and I'll start with a little bit of the policy determinations that operated in the backfield with respect to the police department. When it was purely an administrative violation, the police department did not engage in the enforcement. We provided support to code enforcement where the violations constituted assaults, batteries, threats, and things of that nature. And so we were not involved in the direct enforcement of anything having to do operating around the vending ordinance as a matter of policy, because we did hear last year when the commentary about not having the police department involved in non-criminal offenses. So this changes the landscape a bit by giving the officers the discretion to enforce as either a misdemeanor or an infraction. So with that in mind, that puts it in the same arena very similarly to a variety of other municipal code ordinances which we do enforce, such as urinating in public, driving over the fire hose, things like that. So we certainly would engage in enforcement with the eye toward discretion as we do with any municipal code ordinance.
All right, great, thank you. And now I'm going to shift gears a little bit here, and maybe Mr. James is the right one. So one of the concerns that obviously this is designed to address is the effect of this activity on the environment. And I was just curious because, for example, you mentioned a lot of issues with grease and bacon fat and things, and having to use degreaser, which in and of itself has a negative impact on the environment. So I guess I just want to make clear or get some input from you is it's not just that we're trying to stop people from disposing of this inappropriate material substances, but also the fact that what we need to do to clean them up has a potentially negative impact on the environment. Would that be fair to say?
I think I need to clarify a little bit. Any materials that we use in and around the natural sand or water environment are not
okay,
toxic.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay, because I think that was some concern that in the process of cleaning it up. And then the other question I have about some of the materials that were being disposed of, let's assume that we're successful in enforcing this. What alternatives, obviously, again, trying not to run afoul of the state vendor ordinance, are there alternatives that we're going to suggest to people? Or maybe this is Mr. Gupta, I don't know, but instead of dump your trash, here's where you can take your trash, that sort of thing. Because if you're a vendor and we say, okay, you can't dump your trash in the normal trash can, are we going to provide a place like for them to dump it?
Well, we do already.
Okay.
And the location of the containers that we have, say in the 1550 lot or at the pier entrance, are strategically located to capture the waste where it's generated. So I think we're okay with that, but experience has shown that it is not the right tool to address the root problem. And I think you all touched on it. It's things like enforcement, behavior change, perhaps signage. We will continue to perform our public works functions and tackle the challenge of the day, whether it's through containers or extra collection frequencies. But we've seen enough of that over the past year to know that it just simply doesn't work.
Okay, great, thank you. And then you had some great information about how we were going to inform vendors about the new ordinance. This may go to Mr. Gupta, but some of this ordinance isn't necessarily directed towards vendors. It has to do, for example, the dumping of certain substances in the parks. Are we also going to use signage or any sort of education to inform people about, what they can do or dispose of in the parks or the proper way to dispose of things?
Yes, Councilmember, we will use, I think, our social media, traditional media channels to amplify any council action. I think a lot of the messaging will be messaging we can use for the vendor activities, but also repurpose or kind of, distribute more broadly so that folks are aware more broadly beyond the vendors. So we would use for the vendors themselves, probably primarily kind of distribution of cards, flyers, more face-to-face, but then also amplify a lot of those same messages through social media or other things that can let the broader community know about the new requirements.
And then obviously, at least my impression is that we're going to focus in terms of enforcement on the pier, but I assume that if code enforcement or the police department or someone was in a park and saw someone dumping chicken fat into the storm drain or something, they would have the same ability to enforce against that. Is that true?
Yeah, I think as our city attorney outlined, those particular ordinances on the dumping are applicable citywide.
Okay, great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis, and we're on to Councilmember Brock.
Good evening. So probably questions more for George, but I want to know what's the definition right now in that ordinance as far as, is it just the pier and 25 feet in each direction? Or does it include, for instance, the 1550 lot and the boardwalk within a reasonable area of the pier for this proposed emergency ordinance?
So for the combustible fuels, it's limited to the pier bridge, and an area 25 feet around the pier. And that's because that's directed to the use of combustible fuels in or in proximity to the wooden pier.
Okay.
For the other parts of the ordinance, they're not limited to the pier or the beach, they're citywide. They would be prohibitions on dumping business or commercial trash into public receptacles, wherever that may be in the city, because those receptacles aren't intended for that. And it would be prohibitions on dumping liquid waste anywhere in the city, because again, you shouldn't be dumping those types of liquid wastes onto streets, parks, storm drains, anywhere in the city.
We've been fielding, or at least I've been fielding, a number of complaints from residents north of the pier, from Broadway to Arizona, about dumping outside their residences, dumping in the aisleways between residences, et cetera. So those would be covered within the ordinance.
So the ordinance as it's worded applies to dumping of commercial trash into public receptacles. So if that's what's occurring, that would be. We have a separate ordinance that already applies to just dumping of litter on the street or on sidewalks or in public places, and that too applies citywide.
Because this has been litter, food waste, grease, et cetera. If they feel that code enforcement is somewhere close to the 1550 lot, or our staff is somewhere close to there, some of them are dumping north of there. And that's affecting the boardwalk, the beach bike path, the pedestrian path. And in some cases, it's happened directly in front of people's residential doors.
So the ordinances we have in place would extend to
cover
those
that.
types of dumping, and then it's a question of enforcement.
So I think the pledge that I believe I'm hearing, I'm asking this as a question, but the pledge I think I'm hearing from all of our various enforcement areas are that they will enforce this new ordinance, that we will have adequate enforcement. And I see the nodding of heads, and I'm taking that as a affirmative. So I'll defer any other questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Parra.
Thank you for the presentation. A lot of my questions have been answered, but some of them had to do with health and safety code. So understanding that the decriminalization of our street vendors and the hazardous waste, so maybe it's more of a George question. So I know that obviously they can't dump their waste, their grease or what have you, because they'll be fined. But just like a commercial business that has their hazardous waste has to have a permit and licensing in order to dispose of it legally, is there anything in place for the street vendors to have something in place to legally dispose of it as well?
So,
Councilmember Parra, I think part of what your question may be getting at is our local sidewalk vending permitting program. In order for a food vendor to obtain a permit from our program, they need to first have a county public health permit, which entails them having a cart that complies with county public health requirements, that if they're selling, depending on what they're selling, they have to store their food. If it's meat, it has to be stored at certain temperatures, and their cart has to have a certain number of sinks. They have to have the ability to maintain, they can't cut their fruit on site. There's a whole number of exhaustive requirements to get a county public health permit, which is a prerequisite to selling food in our city sidewalk vending program. And that does also include, I think, some components of disposal and sort of just general food safety, public health safety measures. So they would already, in order to be permitted locally, they already must have that county public health permit and be complying with those regulations. Now, what I alluded to earlier is I think a lot of the legal and sort of vendor advocates have been consistently making the point, and I think we have actually advocated ourselves before county officials that some of those requirements currently at the county level and even the state level are just prohibitive. They're either unreasonable, they aren't necessarily kind of up to date or logical, and so we support the idea that those need to be updated, consistent, of course, with public health, maintaining public health, but we agree that it's frankly, almost impossible right now for many vendors to get a county public health permit. And we support the idea that that should be easier to get, but it is still required for them to be able to vend lawfully in Santa Monica under our program locally.
Right, but like, for example, I just got a photo of somebody vending on the pier, and they're deep frying. So they're on the pier, and they have there's a propane tank, and there's deep frying, and you see the oil. And so my question is, does that person have a permit, like to legally dispose of, or, like what is he going to do with that oil if he can't leave, if he can't go dump it outside? Where, is there something in place that says that he, because
it would be the vendor's responsibility, just as it's a restaurant's responsibility or another business's responsibility to make the arrangements to dispose of that oil.
Okay.
There are services that do that. There are some, I don't know if Santa Monica has one. Peter, do we have I don't know if Santa Monica has a facility for disposal of cooking oil.
Yes, I was just wondering, I know that there's a requirement, but I was just wondering that under the vending, the permitting that we're looking at as a city, is that something that we're looking at as well, just to make sure that if these vendors have those types of permits in place as well. I just wanted to bring that to light, especially since we're looking at the illegal disposal of these types of things like throughout the city, because that's something that stood out to me as well.
I did want to note, Councilmember, that we got those images from about 6 different sources this afternoon, and our fire marshal and code enforcement staff were right on it. Yeah. And I believe immediately contacted that vendor and moved them off the pier. So
okay, thank you.
We heard about it and saw it.
I was like, okay. And then one other thing too, just again, not against, I'm trying to understand the process and what is allowed and not allowed at the pier, and then also at the parking lot that's adjacent to the pier on the north side of the pier. In terms of vehicles, right, are box trucks allowed to park in that parking lot adjacent to the pier?
So as of earlier this summer, we changed basically the rules on box trucks and implemented a prohibition on box trucks in large vehicles, large commercial vehicles in the 1550 lot, and I believe several other beach lots. George, is that right?
So they implemented a bar on box trucks and larger commercial vehicles from the 1550 lot just north of the pier, and are directing them to 2 other lots. I can't remember the numbers. It's a lot further south and a lot further north where they can park that are set up for them, but those are the 2 lots that are set up for them, and they barred them from the 1550 lot because of for some of the things that you saw in these pictures, the box trucks that were pulling up and dumping stuff and engaging in other types of activities. So that was put in place.
And then in terms of, I appreciate the education, obviously, in Spanish and the videos and what have you. So that was great. And then in terms of enforcement, I appreciate that that you're partnering up, with the 3 different departments. As a former fire inspector, when I see the open flames and what have you on the pier, I was actually one of the people that used to have to issue the fire permits for open flames, for special events. And the main reason was to be able to educate people on, like, okay, this is a combustible material. Don't put it next to this, and make sure you have a fire extinguisher. And if you don't, this is how you use it, and this is where it's at, and so forth and so on. So I think that educational component and, is really key to this whole education of having vending and how to put out, extinguish a fire and that the whole process of permitting it and what have you. So I appreciate that as well. And then in terms of, from the fire department's perspective and administrative citations, would it be like orders to comply being issued, or?
Yeah, as you know, we always entertain a progressive form of enforcement. Obviously, education first. It's an administrative citation. We have a bail schedule that is approved by council that we can issue a citation, $100, $200, $300 fine, whatever the case is. And then from there, we can ramp that up. We're not apt, or I don't think in my 21-year career that I've issued an infraction or a misdemeanor. So it's new roads for us, and I have to work with our city attorney's office on how we do that, because it's just not something that we normally do in the fire department. It's normally a lot of education and a lot of assistance with our brick and mortar clients, right? So these are transitory people, so it's a whole new paradigm, and believe me, this isn't going to happen and be solved overnight. I've been out there Memorial Day. I've been out there on the 4th of July. I was trying to hold them back off the pier, and then they finally rushed me. So it's a big problem. And when you're dealing with 40, 50, 60 vendors, we need an army really to solve the problem. So
It's unfortunate.
Yep.
It's unfortunate. Thank you so much. I think that's all my
Yes,
questions.
Councilmember Negrete, and then Councilmember, we're giving everybody a first turn first. Councilmember, so this would be your second turn, so Oscar goes first.
I never talked
Okay, you're first.
Okay, I don't know who my question is for, but you guys can jump up when it is. Just to dovetail off of what you last said, you mentioned that there's a record, maybe there's a record being kept of violators, so there's like this progressive discipline, if you will, or whatever is happening, right? So is there a record keeping that's accessible to all three departments, so that if you happen to be the first point of contact and then the second time it's code enforcement or police?
Just speaking for fire, we have been working, again, this is a new process, so working with our partners in code enforcement, believe me, they've been doing a yeoman's job for the last 2-3 years. We really see that the position they are put in. And just in my experience, we see a lot of turnover, right? We see a lot of, some of the sad things is they're using a lot of minors, right? So there's that whole element. So there's that turnover, but I know our code enforcement folks have a good record of who they've encountered, and then we work again collaboratively with them on issuing any kind of citational orders. So
And in that record keeping, do you include like photos of everything, or is it just notes?
No, we always take photos of
Document.
Yeah, absolute document. Obviously, if this goes to court, our city attorney is going to need that documentation. So yeah, absolutely. Usually involves an inspection report or an investigation report, photos, and if we do seize evidence, then that's going to be part of the process as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hi.
So to speak a little bit about code enforcement, as Eric mentioned, we take our photo evidence and documentation to support the issuance of the administrative citations, which is required for us to do so. As far as tracking and keeping a data on the context, because of the extreme transitory nature of vending and the fact that we have officers' boots on the ground that address the vending as they come across them, it's a little challenging to get exact data on the contacts because they don't record those interactions unless they are issued a citation or if there's a confiscation of impoundment of abandoned merchandise. Obviously, there's documentation that go to support that. We receive a number of calls, generally complaining about vending and other activities on the pier. And we don't keep our typical cases. We don't initiate a case as we would for other types of violations, work without permit, construction, and things like that. So we receive a number of calls. We don't really track how many are vending, but we receive complaints through our electronic complaint system, 311, our interdivision call center, through emails and all sorts of ways, and we pass that information on. But tracking violations of such a transitory nature is very challenging with the tracking system that we currently have.
So I'm just offering the idea that this is great. I think it's necessary, needs to happen for a multitude of reasons. Safety, the beach, cleanliness, and also fairness to the businesses that are on the pier. But in order for this to be effective, it's all talk unless we can actually give you guys the tools and you guys can work on tools to actually put this in place. And it sounds like you're saying there's these violations that are going to be steps. There's maybe a verbal warning and education. But in order to really have it go to the next step and the next step, if there's transitory, obviously there might not be vendors that have a name on the side of it, and you can't say, well, you're the ABC hot dog truck, and that's what this photo says. I don't care that there's someone else here. It's the same vehicle, I realize, or the same food truck. I'm just wondering what tools you guys will be able to use between the three departments to communicate, because if everyone's just going to the same cart over and over and it's just being these administrative tickets, then I don't see how we'll be able to actually effectively remove anyone from the pier. I do appreciate and see how by putting this code and you can enforce like the dumping and things like that, and that's put in place to help make it harder, because if you can't use butane and if you can't dump your trash the way they've been doing, then obviously that makes it harder. So that's my only concern, is that while this is a great idea, I'm just curious how it's going to go to the next level where it'll effectively solve the problem.
So I think, as I mentioned earlier, if passed tonight, Eric, the fire marshal, and Chief Seabrooks and I will be working on a collaborative approach to dealing with the significant issues surrounding the items that we are speaking of tonight. And part of that is interdepartmental tracking. We speak with Eric and Chief Seabrooks, boots on the ground, sergeants and lieutenants on a daily basis throughout the weekends. And because code enforcement has dedicated staff, the downtown services unit has dedicated officers, and they're very familiar with the activities that are going on down there. So, but I think a part of the collaborative approach and the enforcement policies that we put in place for these issues, whether we start with administrative citations for certain types of violations, start with criminal offenses for the more serious violations, that's something as a group we will be discussing, so we can all be on the same page, and tracking is certainly a very important part of that.
And then my other question is, who would be providing, I like the idea of education. I think it gives an opportunity to provide people a way to do this the right way. And I think in future conversations, even potentially in response to the health and the proper carts and that being difficult, even potentially providing resources for them to obtain those correct carts. And also, where are we allowing them to vend? So I guess, is there going to be like clipboards and a tent and a table where they come down and you're like, hi, good afternoon, I see you're setting up. Here's some information, and here's actually where you can go, and here's the items that you do need, and here's the help the city is willing to provide in order to make this a successful vending experience. But unfortunately, right here, you're not allowed to do it. Is that going to be proactive or just reactive to complaints?
Every contact that code enforcement officers have with vendors includes an educational component. They carry the QR codes. They have conversations in both English and Spanish, and we already hand out flyers in every contact, and we also have set up and Anuj can speak a little bit to the educational campaigns we've set up in recent months kiosks in some of the critical areas on the pier, and we've handed out flyers to not just the vendors but also the public to inform the public of what's permitted and the risk and the challenges. And so we have done that since the passage of SB 946 very consistently, and we're creating new material, if passed tonight, that will address these additional concerns and more additional educational opportunities to the vendors and the citizens and visitors.
Is it possible to set up like a very visual, I mean, I get that there's QR codes, but like a visual tent or with clipboards and a table that?
Councilmember, we, as Sharon alluded to, we have in the past, since 2019, when the council first adopted the ordinance, done a number of things, outreach flyers, the QR codes. I think part of what you're alluding to is something we would aspire to, but also it's a question of resources. And I think our ability, on the city side to sort of proactively, on an ongoing basis, do that level of outreach, I think is limited. We did, for example, along the lines of what you shared, when we first passed the ordinance, we held a number of permitting workshops. Our business licensing unit did a number of workshops, again, in English and Spanish, invited vendors in person to walk through the permit process, complete the application on site. If they had questions, they could have those resolved immediately. I think a year or two ago, our city attorney's office did a expungement clinic on site at the pier, working with some of the legal organizations for vendors that had previous citations on their record to work to get those expunged. So we've done what we can to those ends. I think a lot of the sort of actual on the ground organizing work to really educate and empower that frankly exists in Los Angeles. There's a long-standing and very impressive network called the LA Street Vendors Campaign, where vendors have educated one another. There's a lot of self-governance, a lot of kind of internal engagement that builds capacity, builds awareness of the requirements of how to comply. Our vendors, many of the vendors in Santa Monica, particularly the ones that have posed a lot of the challenges we saw tonight, there isn't that level of organization. And frankly, the reason why we're standing here in part is because we have some population of vendors that really, frankly, has no intent or interest in complying or getting a permit and complying with any of these requirements, whether it's public health, public safety, dumping, environmental health. And so that, I think, is really the most challenging population we're focused on. And that level of outreach probably wouldn't connect or reach that population in any event. So I just wanted to sort of...
I understand you, but I dare make the suggestion that I don't know that we can volunteer ourselves, but getting volunteer resources that are trained just to be able to be there as a reminder of what's not allowed before it gets there. Because what I'm hearing is that you guys, the three entities, can't just stand around the pier all day waiting for this to happen. You mentioned getting rushed at the pier. I'm just wondering, I hear that we've done it, and I hear it's done other places, that what is the opportunity to get volunteers to be trained to do it? What is the option to have council members? I'll volunteer myself to be down there and speak in Spanish and English to individuals about what is and isn't allowed in an effort to help spread the information. I'm just wondering if...
Councilmember, I think we'll absolutely continue to think of every way we can to get the word out, to educate through in-person, through videos, through flyers, through in-person interactions. And we are also in regular dialogue with a lot of these community organizations, Public Council, NLG, UCLA Labor Center, that do a lot of this community organizing, that have a lot of the relationships with the vendors in LA. And so I think we'll continue to work with them to see what we can do.
Okay, thank you. I put it out there on record that I'm volunteering myself to help. So I'm just saying, if that is a possibility,
Darren's going to call you this weekend. And
start a committee.
You're hired.
Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I want to join Councilwoman Negrete in volunteering to help with the situation any way we can, because, street vending is not stealing and is not begging. There's a lot of dignity in the work that these individuals are doing. On the other side, they're not doing it the right way, and it's causing a whole bunch of problems, for a lot of people and the environment and, our goal, which is a clean and safe Santa Monica. They're not subscribing to that. And part of it is, our failure and not, doing robust, culturally relevant, outreach and engaging, that segment of the population. And it's also really complicated because it's transitory. You work with one group and they're not going to be there, stationed in the same place all the time. So I think the Lawyers Guild, we got a letter from the Lawyers Guild, I think, explaining a whole lot of things. I'd like to see us work with groups like that. I know you have UCLA and Public Counsel. The Lawyers Guild, it looks like they have also some really good suggestions. They had a comment in there about bringing these, street vendors into the fold. And that's been weighing on my mind, how do we do that? It's not just the city of Santa Monica, though, because it's the county as well, right? They're the ones that issue the health permits, for street vending. And I can say, just from my limited knowledge of that process, it's cumbersome. It's probably going to be cost prohibitive for a lot of these vendors. So we need to figure it out, how we might be able to help. There was some suggestions about a commissary, which is probably the appropriate way to do street vending, so you can store your cart. I don't know where we would probably, if we even went in that direction, where the city of Santa Monica would be able to facilitate that type of operation or host it or whatever, or if there's an appetite for that on this council to do something like that. But definitely, we need to think about, where we can have street vending, just not on the Santa Monica Pier. I mean, obviously, we find that to be a very big problem, but there has to be some way to accommodate a limited amount or some type of street vending done more professionally, more in line with what we expect, permitted, safer and so forth. So I hope that we move in that direction, but I want to move this item so that we can move forward and give give our staff the tools that they need to enforce, the rules so that we can have a cleaner and safer Santa Monica, especially around the pier area.
I'll second.
Okay.
Moved by Delatorre, seconded by Brock. And let me just say that, and I want to say to everybody here who wasn't here when we first did this, I think a lot of us have had ideas about how we can help move this program into, or let me say that the people who are illegal in this program, who are coming in and aren't licensed, et cetera, how we can help move that with carts, et cetera, to safer places and better places and stuff. And this is an ongoing dialogue. So after tonight, don't forget that you said this, Oscar, and don't forget, Lana. I mean, there is room, and the people who wrote us the letters work on this every day. And if you reach out to them and you have ideas, I'm sure they could use your help.
Yeah.
So, but it's going to be at a county level.
In the meantime, we will have some uniforms ready for council members who would like to join our enforcement team.
We'd like our own cart as well, please.
Yes. Councilmember Brock, did you wanted to make the motion? Okay, good. No, I understand. So seeing no more comments, let's take a vote.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCollum,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and that passes unanimously.
Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to give some post-vote direction to staff.
Sure, go for it.
I'd like to propose that we direct staff to continue in this collaborative enforcement effort, but really make an attempt to make sure that code enforcement, fire personnel, and police personnel assigned to do this work, are dedicated to do that, because I think that is really key to making sure that the enforcement is done appropriately. I think Councilmember Negrete mentioned it. I think Councilmember Para mentioned it, that we want to make sure that we have the same people out there all the time so they can see who the repeat offenders.
You are now in the host room and can manage your callers.
Okay, I apologize, but that's how the calls come in. Okay, so next we're going to move to 13B, which is the annual appointment for the Santa Monica Library Board, and it's a term ending, and the correction is June 30th, 2025. Hi, Esther, we're here. Okay. Would you like to open the floor for the nominations, Mayor?
Abby Arnold,
We're on now the,
Library Board.
Library.
oh,
You already said Abby Arnold.
Abby Arnold.
And I'm sorry, was it
You just vote if you
Councilmember
wanna.
Davis? Did you say Abby Arnold?
Abby Arnold.
Any other nominations?
Laurel Schmidt. Laurel Schmidt.
Okay. Anybody else?
Paige Kelly.
And who said that? Oh, okay. Any other nominations? Okay,
that's it.
all right. Councilmember De La Torre. Okay, I'm sorry. So the names are Abby Arnold, Paige Kelly, and Laurel Schmidt. So those are the three names. Okay, Councilmember De La Torre.
Abby Arnold.
Councilmember Brock.
Laurel Schmidt. Laurel Schmidt.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Abby Arnold.
Councilmember Negrete.
Abby Arnold.
Councilmember Davis.
Abby Arnold.
Councilmember Parra.
Paige Kelly.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Abby Arnold.
Abby Arnold gets that seat.
Abby Arnold will get money again.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so now, Mayor, this is you.
Oh, good, okay, so now,
For the vacancy on the audit subcommittee for a term ending June 30th, 2025.
yeah, so we have one vacancy on the audit subcommittee. Councilmember Davis graciously agreed to,
Someone said they lost sound on YouTube. I don't know.
we lost sound?
Someone, a member said they've lost sound 2 minutes ago on YouTube.
It's back though. Did it not come back?
Yeah, it should have.
Okay.
And they can't read our lips, right?
Yeah.
Who has that? Gleam, you do that.
My ASL is really bad.
No sound on the YouTube stream. Ask them. YouTube audio is gone.
So, well, sorry, I guess we'll announce it tomorrow morning, but in the meantime, on the audit subcommittee, Councilmember Davis graciously agreed to serve on the audit subcommittee, but said if you can find somebody else. So Councilmember Brock has agreed to serve on the audit committee. We meet quarterly, and I guess this appointment ends in 2025.
Right?
2035.
Yeah, right, 2035. So I think we should take a roll call on this.
Really?
Oh, you think we can just do it by I mean,
Nobody else is saying they want to do it.
I was going to say nobody else.
okay, no one else, okay, good.
Does it matter?
We have to.
George says we,
Just to confirm it, since we are conducting a meeting.
We're in the emergency. We're still in the emergency.
and so consequently, we-
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Hard. Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
I should vote no. Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
yes. So you're on, Phil. You'll, you'll learn a lot. Okay, next one.
The next one, and so just to respond, City TV knows, and the audio is back on YouTube. YouTube
Thank
is
you.
back up. Okay.
And thank you, Marcus, right?
Recommendation to accept, what is it, Rocio X
Rocio.
Garcia's resignation from the Arts Commission and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
Move to accept her resignation with regrets.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Who's doing the second?
Davis, moved by Himmelrich, seconded by Davis.
Okay, hold on, let me get there. This is D.
This is D.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I can do this.
Okay.
Did I make that motion?
For it.
I'm trying. I think this is the first time I've ever made one, so it's very exciting, right?
And then Davis, okay. No voting. Okay, so let's go down. Councilmember De La Torre, I'll vote for you.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes, and is
Mayor
it,
Himmelrich.
and I'm sorry, is City TV working yet? Because we just got an email.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And yes, so that passes unanimously.
So on to the next item. Okay, so now we have 13E, and I know we have callers on 13F. Okay.
I'd be surprised.
Request of Mayor Himmelrich, Mayor Pro Tem McCowen, and Councilmember Parra that the City Council form an ad hoc committee of 3 council members to study and make recommendations for future strategic investments that would advance the city's 4 pillar strategies to address homelessness. Do you want me to continue, or did one of
No,
you guys want to go
does
into
anyone
it?
need the clerk to read the rest of the item?
No.
I put this on. This is something that I thought, if in fact homelessness is a priority for us, which we know it is, and if in fact we want to focus on it, it's very hard with our meetings and the Brown Act, et cetera, to really develop the kind of focus and the kinds of efforts on this that I think we should be making. And as a result, of other successful ad hoc efforts, I thought that this should be a committee that of 3 people who will work with the Social Services Committee, but can actually bear down on these issues and spend a lot of time and effort working on them and less time talking about them. So this was my initial idea, and staff seriously supports it. My idea for the ad hoc committee, and everybody has agreed to it. Of course, I couldn't talk about it until today because my Brown Act group was me, Mayor Pro Tem McCowen, and Councilmember Parra, but Councilmember Negrete also has a really high interest in this and is interested in serving on the ad hoc. So my suggestion would be that the ad hoc be those 3, and that they come back and report to us later about how they plan to go about their business.
Can I just ask some questions?
Yes.
Thanks. So, I mean, that's fine. Are the ad hoc meetings going to be Brown Act meetings, public meetings where people can make comments?
They will not be Brown Act meetings. The point of the ad hoc is to be more of a working committee and less of an idea committee.
Well, I'll support this, but I do have a concern that it seems to me that one of the primary issues in this community is homelessness. And I think to not have the opportunity to have this committee working in an area where they're going to be working with the Social Service Commission, presumably, according to this, but not have their meetings be open to the public, I think reduces transparency and troubles me a bit. So I'm willing to support it, but I guess my question is then, to try and be transparent, how does this ad hoc work? So they work with social services, do they then come back to council with recommendations, or do they make recommendations? I'm just trying to get a sense of this, because I think this is such an important issue that there might be members of the public who are concerned about being sort of shut out of the process.
Yes, the city attorney has something to say.
To the extent they work with the Social Services Commission, obviously the Social Services Commission meetings are subject to the Brown Act. So to the extent they are working with the Social Services Commission as a whole, that would have to occur in a Brown Act meeting of the Social Services Commission.
But what if the Social Services Commission said, we're going to have an ad hoc to work with the council ad hoc? That would not be a public meeting.
That's correct.
And then how is it anticipated that the work of these ad hoc commission comes back? Is it come back as part of a larger study session on homelessness or with specific recommendations? I'm just trying to get a sense about it because this is such an important issue. I want to make sure that the public has some idea about how this is going to function.
That would be up to council as to exactly how that occurs, but the ad hoc's reports to the commission as a whole would have to occur in a open public meeting of the council as a whole.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
And in my discussions, I think that the members of the committee may have some ideas about how they're going to publicize what they're doing and move forward with it. But because I'm not one of them, I think that, they need to meet with each other and speak to it. But one of the things that we haven't done that I think we ought to do is a large, as you said, town hall meeting kind of on this issue. And I think that that the committee could actually convene the meeting and take the comments, and that would be very public. And then I think that if we want to have reporting requirements, that they give us a written report every 3 months, for instance, right, that would work too.
Can I ask one more question? Which is how, well, who's going to staff this? And the reason I ask this is because we have a lot of people in the city working on this particular issue. And for example, one of my concerns is that there are a lot of people in the community who have ideas about how we should deal with our unhoused population that frankly their ideas are illegal, like pack them up and put them on a bus to Palmdale, that sort of thing. And so I want to make sure that this work is productive, but also leads to legally defensible ideas about how to deal with this important issue. Because I'll just be honest and say I think a lot of people don't understand that this is also a complicated area of law in terms of respecting people's civil rights.
And they'll be working, let me just say, so this was set up, I brought the idea originally to Andy and Maggie and George, I guess you were there, right? I brought it to the Community Services Division and they embraced it. And they will be working with this ad hoc, right? And it will be in line with our general philosophies of this. So,
well, I guess what I'm specifically asking, and maybe would it be possible for a member of the city attorney's office to, I don't know if they have to be there all the time, but to be available to consult about options and things like that?
We are certainly available and consult all the time with the Community Services Department on homelessness issues and the legal issues that are posed by that, so we would continue to be available for that.
Okay, well, yeah, I support this. I just want to make sure the public understands what we're doing here, because we are taking something that's important to the public and taking it out of the realm of public discussion and moving it into a non-public discussion. And I just want to make sure that what comes out of it is not only productive and that the public has confidence in it, but that we're also cognizant of the complexity of the issue. That's all.
So I think that's kind of not as I would characterize it, because the way I would characterize it is that this is a working committee that's meant to look at the problem and come back to us with recommendations and to social services and to be guided by our community service department and our city attorney's office. But with our meetings every 2 weeks, et cetera, we are not flexible or, as you would say, nimble enough to really get our heads around this problem and to do something about it. And I think with a smaller group that it is not, that's doing the work and not just the talk, I think it will make a difference.
And that's fine. This is just the first time we've ever done an ad hoc on a substantive issue. We've typically done it, for example, in the city manager search or in the boards and commissions where it's more been issues around governance, or the audit subcommittee even, which is a Brown Act committee. They've been more about issues around governance, not about taking a substantive issue and having people work on it in a now Brown Act setting. So I just, want to be sensitive to the issue that I think there are people in the community who want to know what's going on. And I appreciate that this is supposed to make us more productive, and I'm supporting it. But I also want people to understand how it's going to work so they know that we're not sort of going into that this ad hoc's not going into a closet and making decisions outside of the public purview.
Councilmember Brock.
I have a keen interest in this area, so if there is room on the ad hoc, I would be honored to serve.
There
Thank
can
you.
only be 3.
So,
An ad hoc is by definition.
Right, no,
less
I
than
know
a
that. I
majority.
didn't know if we had 3 already.
so I don't know where Councilmember Parra and Negrete stand, but I have to say, in the last week, I had a couple I'm feeling a little bit overextended with some things that came up in the last week in my personal life. I'm very concerned about this issue. I just also want to ensure that over the course of the next year, and I can't guarantee that over the course of the next year I can take on one more heavy lift. So if Councilmember Brock wants to step up and, the council is comfortable with that, if we want to talk about membership, that's, and who's on the ad hoc, we can do that too. That can be part of this discussion, but I would be willing to step aside at this time. So.
Can I just make a comment? I just want to say that the purpose, because I'm new to this and the idea is to do the work, but not to do it in a closed closet for sure. I think, at least for me, I know for sure I want to address the community and let them know, because it's a response to the community that something is being done. So really the leading goal is to say, hey, we're doing something. As a matter of fact, it's so important that we've created this special workforce around it. So with that in mind, I'm open to however we can do it to invite public comment and people hearing it. For me, at least, there's no goal in excluding the public, but rather actually diving in and doing the work in response to the public. If that makes any sense.
It does. The problem, let me just say that the problem with having a Brown Act body is exactly what you're seeing here. Everything needs to be agendized, needs to be, et cetera. And it's harder. And so through the Social Services Committee, your works what you do will be public, but you'll be able to do work that isn't always public, if you know what I mean. And you'll be able to have meetings to guide the way this is going that will not.
It will require a staff member to make an agenda. I get that. But so we would be in their agendized meetings often, I presume, which is in fact open to the public. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay.
Councilmember Parr, do you want to talk about this at all?
No, I'm really excited that this has been, brought forth. As you know, since the day that I was elected, this has kind of been, one of my number one topics or items that I wanted to work on. And so I'm excited to, kind of roll up my sleeves and really get involved and, with the team, whoever it may be, and with the community and with the Social Services Commission and staff to really look at where we are and to identify gaps and weaknesses and see how we can put together a plan to move this crisis forward in a positive way. So I'm good.
So, look, I am not trying to be a control freak about this and determine who is on it, but I'm going to be honest with you, Councilmember Brock. Some of your ideas about how we handle homelessness have been, to me, not legal, not constitutional, right? I mean, and I understand that you may have been, at the beginning enthusiastic and maybe somewhat misguided. But I think that you need to reassure me that you understand that homeless people, they live here, right? We are not moving them to the valley, right? We are not moving them to places that they aren't from. People who are from here need to be housed here and not somewhere else.
Well, I would take umbrage at what you just said, but it's so ridiculous that I won't even bother. So the answer that I would give you is I've spent time with West Coast Care. I've walked with the people concerned. I've been out with their medical teams. I've talked to St. Joseph Center. I've been on our fire trucks. I have been every single day concerned about the homeless people in our city. And I've been the one talking about the fact that the homeless problem in this city is benign neglect by our city. And it's a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week problem, yet we only operate 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. So the opposite of what you're saying is true. I want 24-hour-a-day help for the people who need help. I want more mental health counselors on the street. I don't want to hear that people are behind Miles Playhouse for 4 years at a time without help. I don't want to hear that someone is on Fifth and Wilshire for the last 8 months without help. I want us to get to the point where our social service agencies are able to talk to our homeless population every single day and help them get care, help them get housing. I've been in Turning Point. I've been in San Michelle. So I challenge anybody in the last 6 months since I've been on the council who has done more to outreach and learn about the situation and care about the situation more. So
I hope you have learned. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I've been trying to do.
Okay, good, because it is a process. I understand it's a process. But when you're I'm just going to, look, I have to say, when you're leading 13 item was to close the beaches every night and get everybody off of them, right?
Because of the sexual assaults that were happening against homeless people on the beach. Because we weren't able to put police on the beach, a police unit north and south of the pier to make sure that everyone in our city could be safe. Now, it's not to clear people off the beach.
You're yelling at me, excuse me.
Well, I'm sorry. I am sort of surprised.
I've made this clear before. I told you this
I want to make it clear as well that the problem has been that we have, when I was out with West Coast Care a couple of months ago, there was a 58-year-old homeless woman, barefoot. Everything had been taken from her. She was on the beach south of the pier, and West Coast Care said she would probably get sexually assaulted within 48 hours because she was still on the beach. And we had no protection for her at night.
And what did you do?
So I talked to West Coast Care about what could we do about people concerned. Get her shoes, get her into care, get her off the beach and get her into care.
What did you do?
What did you do? I am frustrated.
What did you do?
I am frustrated that there are no resources for that person in our city. And that was very sad to me. So I will tell you that I am committed to helping our homeless people get housing. I'm committed to our homeless people to be taken care of if they need mental health care. I'm committed to the ones who have PTSD, who are veterans, to make sure they get into care facilities that will help them, that will cure them, not cure them, but at least give them support. And that's why I'm a trustee of the Elks, because we have an association with Step Up and Second. We help 52 formerly homeless veterans at the VA, and we provide them with clothes and computers and coffee machines and everything else that we can do to help those people. So yes, I do take umbrage.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, I have to say that I've witnessed a lot of Phil's work in terms of learning. I've been inspired by that. I started doing the same thing. He would tell me, yeah, I went to this agency, that agency, and I said, you know, that's exactly what a council member should do, to really learn, you know, what's going on, because we want to solve the problems. And I can say that he's taken the time, you know, and did the due diligence, like he's put in the work, you know. And so I just want to say that what this council member has been doing, you know, to really learn, I think, and to really go out there and talk to people, he's doing that work, and I think that deserves a lot of respect. And I think overall, you know, we have Council Member McCowan, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, who's saying that she's, you know, she's a little stretched, and I think there's an opportunity to appoint another council member, and I can't think of, you know, another one on the dais, another council member that has done more to learn and be collaborative and so forth than Council Member Brock. And so I want to nominate him to be, if Mayor Pro Tem McCowan is saying that she would step down from the group of three, I would like to nominate Council Member Brock to replace her.
So I mean, so I feel really horrible. I had no idea this was gonna go this way. I didn't, you know, the Councilmember Brock had interest. He stated his interest, and I feel as though I probably should have called Mayor Himmelrich earlier in the week.
You couldn't really, because we were Brown active.
Well, we were in the same Brown Act.
Right, so you couldn't. I mean,
but-
yeah, I guess you. but-
Yeah, I mean, literally just in the last 48 hours, there have just been a lot of things that, you know, and I know the work that we're doing with boards and commissions and how much, like when you start to dig in, and I know the work everyone does on the audit subcommittee, when you start to dig in, things take time. I'll say this. I think the three potential members of this ad hoc provide different and diverse vantage points. I think, like boards and commissions, like, you know, there's not any real action that will take place beyond recommendations and potentially some public town halls and stuff that all of us would be able to observe and be part of. You know, I hope that these three council members understand the weight of this role and sort of what we're, you know, your colleagues are asking you to do in good faith and represent the historic values of the city as a whole. And I have faith that Councilmember Brock is going to, you know, be an advocate for our unhoused population, as well as, you know, continue to bring up issues about public safety and a clean and safe Santa Monica, which are in our three priorities. So I think we give it a chance.
Okay. Look, I am willing to do that. The way, and for those of us who were here at the beginning, I mean, there were issues at the beginning over things that were not our traditional approach. And that has given me pause, but I'm willing to accept, you know, your belief that this will work, and I will support it. So are there any other comments on this?
Do we have to vote?
Yes, so
We need a maker.
I move that we accept this item, and that with the replacement of Mayor Pro Tem McCown with Councilmember Phil Brock.
So it's council members Negrete, Para, and Brock, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. All right. And who's making the second?
I'll second.
Push your button, Sue.
What'd you say? Oh, push my button? Yes, ma'am. Oh, well, that didn't work. Hold on. There. I got it.
Okay. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and so that passes unanimously.
Next, we have 13F, and we do have callers on this item. Request of council members Davis, Brock, and Mayor Himmelrich that the city council express your positions that to protect the health and safety of both city employees and the public we serve, absent legitimate legal or religious concerns. Oh, absent, okay. I'm thinking, what?
Medical.
Sorry, no, it's late. Absent legitimate legal or religious concerns, all city.
Medical or religious.
Medical, oh.
Medical or religious, yeah.
Okay. All city employees, where did I go? Okay. All city employees, volunteers, and contractors should be required to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19. And we have 3 callers. Is that right, Esther?
We have a few more now. I believe it's
Go ahead.
4.
I don't know who's presenting.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Oh, well.
Hello. Good evening.
Not
May I
yet.
speak now?
Excuse me, no. Hold on a moment.
Actually, Councilmember Davis, do you want to introduce this?
Sure, and I'll try and be brief because the hour is late. And we already did have a statement from our interim city manager, Mr. Jalili, about this. The purpose of this item is simply for our employees, our volunteers, our contractors to understand that the city council supports the notion that in the interest of public health, in the health of our employees, in particular with regards to the health of people that interact with our employees, that the council supports full vaccination. This would apply to, as it states, all city employees, volunteers, which would include boards and commissioners, as well as city council members and contractors. And the staff is in the process of creating rules and regulations to enact that. But that's not really the purpose of this. The purpose of this is simply to have the council express its support for that position.
And I say ditto to that. Phil, do you want to comment on 13F?
I'm for it, obviously, and I feel it's I'm for it. I feel it's something that our staff owe to our public, and they owe to each other and their families. And it is FDA approved now, and it is, I've had my 2 vaccinations back in January. I'm having my booster shot tomorrow. I believe in saving people's lives. I've had six of my friends and business associates die from COVID over the last 16 months. So I believe it's our obligation to each other. Thank you.
And I think we should note that everyone on this dais is vaccinated.
If that's true. I don't know if that's true. But I do want to make...
I believe it is true.
Okay, I just want to make one point, because we did get some emails about vaccine passports. That's not what this is about, and it's not to impose vaccination requirements on any of our residents, you know, or like that. This has to do with city employees, volunteers, and contractors, and nobody's talking about quote-unquote passports.
The one thing I want to add is, I think as part of this motion, I believe, since we're talking about commissioners and board members, that, and I'm sorry if I didn't hear you say this, but we're also talking about city council members as well.
Correct.
I did say that.
All right, I apologize.
And yes, are you done?
No, I
Mr.
think
Jalili, do you want to say
Councilmember
something
Brock
more?
made the point that I was going to make.
Okay,
That's
good, thank you. So, callers, how many, Denise?
3. Esther, how many callers
There are
do we
4.
have? We have 4.
There are
Let's go.
4 callers.
Let's roll.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. I support requiring with exemptions all city employee, volunteers, and contractors to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19 for the safety of city employees and the public. I do hope this action means City Hall will be opening soon to the residents and not just the developers. And I just can't understand why City Hall for a city wouldn't be considered an essential business. Think about it. If you were a regular business, you'd be closed, with customer service where you can't contact people directly from the city manager's office, but you can't contact the city managers either, aka your copy in Los Angeles 311 system, except I believe their program is in addition to and not in place of direct lines to city employees. So if it will make City Hall open sooner to the residents, I support this item. Thank you.
Welcome, John May. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you, and good evening. Please know that many Santa Monica residents, including those among the approximately 1,000 peaceful protesters who were at Tongwa Park this past Saturday, are strongly opposed to any mandate requiring city employees to be vaccinated. Such a mandate won't protect anyone's health, because as the CDC has indicated recently, vaccinated people can transmit infection just as much as unvaccinated people. Other facts are there have been over 5,000 deaths associated with the COVID shots in the U.S. alone. Over 600,000 serious adverse reactions associated with the COVID injections have been reported. There is now a warning on the Pfizer and Moderna vials indicating that heart inflammation can result from an injection. And since the newly FDA-approved vaccines, Pfizer vaccines, are not generally available, although that's not generally known, at present. They're not generally available at present. Anyone getting a vaccination in the near future will most probably only be able to get one that is still under emergency use authorization. Requiring people to be vaccinated overlooks the fact that there are effective, safe, and inexpensive therapeutics, including hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, remdesivir, and mandating vaccinations could result in lawsuits and the loss of valuable employees and volunteers. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you.
Welcome, Melanie Wise. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. I wanted to express my very strong opposition to any vaccination mandate. The first stop is mandating that city employees get vaccinated. The next stop will be the residents. And are any of you considering the fact that mandating that people put anything in their body violates federal law, state law, restricting services to any person based upon vaccination status is medical discrimination. You guys are opening yourself to extraordinary lawsuits. And, what I'm just absolutely stunned and floored by is that, does anyone have a head count of how many people of your city employees actually want to be vaccinated? The fact you're arrogant to think that you can mandate someone do something so that you can feel safe. You want to feel safe, stay in your home, but don't require other people to do so.
Thank you.
Welcome, Zena Josephs. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. I support this agenda item. Some time ago, I read in the LA Times that only about 50% of LA firefighters had been vaccinated, and I subsequently exchanged email with the gentleman who was the Santa Monica fire chief at the time, and he said that the percentage was similar in the Santa Monica Fire Department. I was quite startled because these firefighter paramedics
interact with people with health concerns. So I found this quite disappointing. On the local TV news today, a video of an LA fire captain was shown in which he described the LA vaccination mandate as, quote, tyranny. I find this difficult to understand. When I taught elementary school, kindergartners were required to have certain vaccinations. When I was in elementary school, we were happy to get the Salk polio vaccine to avoid ending up in iron lungs. My daughter, who has a PhD in biology, was happy to get a COVID vaccine. No one is being forced to get vaccines. City employees can choose to get vaccinations and remain employed or not. This is not tyranny. This is public health. Thank you.
Thank you, Zena.
Welcome, Kathy Knight. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Yes, Kathy Knight. I'm strongly opposed to this motion or this idea of forcing vaccinations on city employees, volunteers, and contractors. No government should force citizens to have chemicals injected into their body against their will. The COVID vaccination is not totally safe. People have died from taking it and extended health problems afterwards. And we have the example of all the autism has gone up, the rate of autism has gone up so much after vaccinations are being given in our society. And it could be 20 years before we know the dangers of this vaccination. I know because my mother was given estrogen shots by her doctor in the late 60s, and it was supposed to help with menopause. It's supposed to be this wonderful thing, but she developed breast cancer after that, and it turned out, and she later died of that breast cancer, and it turned out that years later, 20 years later, they realized that a lot of women were getting breast cancer after taking these estrogen shots, and they decided that the dosage had been way too high, and they lowered it way down. But that's not good. This is the way things can happen. Is these studies and the impacts can be seen years later. So please don't force anyone to have chemicals, unknown chemicals, injected into their body against their will. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
That was our last caller.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion on this item?
I'll move the item.
Moved by Davis, seconded by Para. Is that right? Did I hear that correctly? Let's take a roll call. You wanted to put your round.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Am I allowed to make a comment
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you wanted to.
with my vote? Sorry.
So let's have a comment from Councilmember Negrete, and then we will start voting again. I'm sorry.
I'm going with my gut. I'm just being who I am up here, and I just need to make this comment because it feels right, and I feel I am vaccinated. I just want to point that out. I want to point out that when it first came out, I was nervous, but I got it because I work with the public. My kids have it. But on that note, I also run a business, and I think of things in different ways in terms of what I would mandate and not mandate. And I also respect that some people beyond religious and medical needs have issues with the vaccination or fears. And so for that reason, I think we need to get the vaccine if we can. I think it's helpful to, especially if you're front-facing with the public. I think it makes sense in many professions, but we're talking about all of our city employees. And for that reason, I'm abstaining on this because it's conflict. I don't like to abstain, but it's very conflicting for me. And so I don't feel I can say one or the other. So sorry for the long explanation.
Okay, so let's do
Sorry.
the vote again, Denise. That's okay.
That's okay. All right. Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem McCollum?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
No. And Mayor, may I make a comment on?
After we're done voting, you may.
Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, and now you may say why.
I appreciate Councilwoman Negrete's position, and it is a very difficult issue to vote on, a lot of controversy. I support people being vaccinated. I think the question for me is really how do we get there? You know, and a mandate for me is problematic on constitutional grounds, on human rights grounds. I think some of the other things that we can do in terms of the mandatory masks, you know, social distancing, other COVID prevention protocols, is something that we should really work to enforce. But forcing someone to put something in their body that in some cases, some of the vaccines were still exploratory. I mean, now we're hearing Pfizer has gotten the FDA approval, but the people that took Johnson & Johnson, for example, you know, we heard that it's not so effective, and so there's some concerns there. There's definitely legal issues. I mean, this organization is dealing with a lot of legal issues, and I'm concerned about how these issues are unsettled throughout the country and how we might be impacted by that. So I want to see more education, more access to vaccines. I think if we even think about incentives that we might provide for our employees so that they can go ahead and make that choice for themselves, I think is something that I can support, but I just can't support this mandate in the city of Santa Monica on our employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's call the next item, please.
Next, we have 13G, which is recommendation of council members Negrete, Davis, and Parra that the council direct staff to present to the Planning Commission for initial consideration and then to the council a text amendment to the zoning ordinance to remove Municipal Code 9.11.020, land use regulations. Did you want me to continue? Or did you want to explain?
I'll explain. Should I explain? I would say Councilmember Davis is probably way better at eloquently explaining it in legal terms. I'm going to say it in layman's terms. Ultimately, in respect to tattoo parlors, if you will, there currently is in place what's called a modified use permit, which is quite costly, near $7,000 roughly, and is an extra hurdle in order to open a tattoo shop in Santa Monica. The purpose of this is to make it such like a barber shop, how you would go about getting a license for that, and eliminating the MUP, correct me if I'm saying any of this wrong, and revising that so that way if said person wanted to come into the community and open a tattoo shop, they would apply for a business license much like they would for a barber shop, which is much easier and much less expensive and makes it more accessible. But I'm going to let Councilmember Davis follow up on that.
So I'll just make two quick comments, and one is I think that the difficulty of opening a tattoo shop is sort of a vestige of the day when, you know, people with tattoos were in the margin, and of course now it's a mainstream art form. And so I think, first of all, we need to come into the 21st century in our recognition of that. And two, in all honesty, I think it's part of a cultural equity motion that a lot of cultures use tattoos. Maoris, for example, from New Zealand, and or Polynesian folks, and that represents part of their culture. And I think if we're going to be inclusive in terms of our our need to be inclusive in terms of cultural traditions, then I think having tattoo parlors be making it easier for people to get tattoos in Santa Monica and making it easier to open a tattoo parlor is crucial.
And I support what they both said.
And we have no
Thank
callers
you.
on this item. Mayor? No, we have no callers on this item.
Oh, sorry about that. I was distracted for a minute. So is there any more discussion on this item? Seeing none, let's take a roll. Oh, do we have a motion?
I'm making a motion to move the items, and I can't press my button.
Oh, it'll show it. So,
No.
Okay, now you can do it. Not
Oh,
quite
there.
yet. Hold on.
Okay.
There you
Oh, there we
go.
go.
Motion by Negrete,
I'll second.
seconded by Davis. Let's have a roll call.
That's why. They have it as a no voting item. That's why. Okay. All right. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes unanimously, and we're on to the next item.
Wait, can I just make a quick, I just want to point out for the community who might be watching that, and this takes a while to take effect, right? And in essence, we talked about the timeline.
Yes, so a text amendment will have to be put together. Under the rules, it has to be presented to the Planning Commission first. There are noticing requirements, and then after the noticing requirements and it goes through the Planning Commission, then it will come back here. And after adoption, it will be adopted as a zoning text amendment, which typically takes, again, 2 weeks for second reading and then 30 days to go into effect.
So we're talking around 6 weeks, potentially
How much
more.
We're probably talking somewhere between 2 and 3 months.
Okay, so between 2 and 3 months, okay.
So, in keeping with our goals with the boards and commissions ad hoc, we wanted to bring a report back to council. Based on our recent meetings, we met with the chairs and vice chairs of certain commissions, as well as with staff that provide services to those commissions. And we'd like to hear from council regarding the issue of consolidation. Specifically, we're curious to know how you feel about consolidating the status of women, the Disabilities Commission, Social Services, and the Older Americans into a broader diversity commission. In our conversations, there are needs in the community that aren't being met. Immigration, LGBTQ, youth, single fathers was mentioned as well. And I believe I read an article on the Santa Monica Daily Press that referenced some of those today. We discussed adding subcommittees and that of these commissions that would not be bound by the Brown Act, but would allow for the members of the commissions to do more work and help with gathering information to then have less reliance on staff at this time, so they can get a little bit more substantive work without the Brown Act. They can meet as needed, and they won't require as much staff support. We discussed certain requirements and qualifications and would like to have that broader conversation with the entire council and also gain feedback from the CAO's office. We have not yet taken up Rec and Parks. The Arts Commission will remain as a standalone commission, although we will be looking at the number of commissioners that came up to see if changes are warranted in the future. The ad hoc is planning to hold an open town hall meeting to receive feedback from other members and the community. And at this time, this was brought up, but at this time, there's no recommendations to consolidate the Landmarks Commission or the ARB. And so I know there had been mention of that, but that's not something we would recommend. So I'm going to let Councilmember Davis and Councilmember Brock have an opportunity to add if I missed anything. Otherwise, if you all have any thoughts, we'd love to hear them.
Councilmember Para.
I had a question. You talked about consolidation, and were you talking about consolidating disability, status of women, and what was the third one?
Older Americans
and social
services.
All into one.
Yes.
Because some of the concerns that we had heard was that the disability commission, they felt that it still needed to be its own standalone commission. And so what are your thoughts on that? I mean,
well, that's why we're coming to you all. I mean, we had the staff report and the working group's recommendations. We heard from staff, and they continue to feel that a diversity commission, particularly if we set aside certain spaces to as required to meet certain needs and to ensure that certain voices are represented, particularly in the areas of disability, LGBTQ, women, others, that we can designate slots. We can expand the number of commissioners, and that the work of the subcommittees will really be able to do that same substantive work. Yes, George.
So I just want to raise the issue that if you have standing subcommittees, those standing subcommittees will still be subject to the Brown Act. You can have ad hoc committees, but ad hoc committees typically have to be dedicated to particular projects with time limits.
And I think that's what we were talking about, was that sometimes, whether it's a issue coming before council in the near future, there will be an issue where we would like to actually hear from the commission about an upcoming issue where they can dig in a little deeper and hopefully have the, the manpower to do that. And so that was the intention. But again, we're bringing this to you all because we'd like to hear what the broader council thinks about this consolidation, because now it's come up a few times. We're bringing it back for basically the third time. Councilmember Davis. Oh,
no,
sorry.
That's okay. You can call them. Go for it.
Well, I just want to say that actually the feedback we got from the leaders of all the boards and commissions is they would like their commissions to remain standalone commissions. So it's not just the Disabilities Commission, and I think we were all sympathetic to that. The issue, there's three issues that come up that I think are sort of driving this work. And the first one is that in our newly reorganized city government, we don't have the resources. And we did look at numbers that showed the tens and sometimes hundreds of hours that go into staffing each of these commissions, and we just don't have the staff to support them at that level now. And I will say there seemed to be a little bit of a disconnect between some of the commissions who felt they weren't getting staff support, and then staff said, well, no, actually, to write the minutes, to do the agenda, to do the noticing, to get the information takes more time than maybe people are realizing. So I think, so one is, how do we address reduced resources to support these commissions? Two, how do we address the issue of making sure that these are truly inclusive? Because most of them were created in response to a particular need. But as was mentioned, there are other groups that say, well, there's no commission that meets my needs: LGBTQ, youth, immigrants, undocumented persons. And so the idea was maybe having a broader social services and equity commission that then could have subgroups, whether they were standing committees or ad hoc committees. I think we didn't really discuss in great detail, but the idea is that you could actually be more inclusive by, instead of having separate commissions for each of these groups, you could have working groups that either addressed issues that came up, whether it was pending ordinances that might affect people with disabilities, or they could meet regularly. So that was the second one, is to try and actually be more inclusive and thereby encourage greater participation. This was not designed to reduce participation, but to include greater participation. And then I think the third thinking around it is that it would allow us to better define what the work of the commissions are. For example, the Social Services Commission was created decades ago with a very specific goal of providing an annual report when there wasn't any staff supporting social services. Now we have a lot of staff supporting social services. They don't need to do that report, but they're doing a lot of other really good work. And so the idea was to try and create opportunities to be more productive and, quite honestly, work on more current issues than maybe some of the older issues that cause these commissions to be formed. So to use my word, nimble, to make them more nimble. So I just want people to be aware that it wasn't just disabilities. Actually, all the commissions would like to remain standalone commissions, but the issue was we don't have the capacity to make enough standalone commissions to be as inclusive as we would like to be, and we don't have the staff and resources to support the commissions, in all honesty, at their current level, much less at an expanded level.
Two quick questions. One, I can see how disabilities might feel like, the Disabilities Commission might feel like there's a lot of maybe like laws or ordinances or I don't know, things like that that apply to them that are outside the scope of like just the other things that were coupled with that. So I just wanted to make that comment. And then my second comment is, are you just reporting back to us? Is there something happening after this item? Is there something to vote on?
It's a report back, and just to, if you have any specific guidance or recommendations that you'd like to share, this is an opportunity for us to be able to hear more from you, because it's hard for us to do that outside of.
You can't, because they can only, this is the whole thing about.
That would be my guidance and recommendation. I think it totally makes sense that you can create subcommittees to dig into specific issues and definitely consolidate. And I hear that all of them want to stay separate, but I get the goal and inclusivity and actually being able to address more issues when you put people together. But I do think, this is the first time I'm hearing about it, that it makes sense to me that disabilities might need to stay its own standalone commission, just because I feel like it's such a separate issue than the other. The things that might be discussed would just be so separate from the other things it's being lumped in with.
Yeah, I think one of the arguments that was made, it was interesting, it was made by commissioners, but also by staff, and for different reasons. But the fact is, the work of the Disabilities Commission applies to everything. And so having them at the table for discussions of other issues also sort of may just be more efficient in the long term. So that's yeah, but I I'm very sensitive to this issue, and so I personally, yes, I can think of all sorts of different disability issues that I want to ensure are represented. And we're not going to be able to represent every particular issue, but the goal is that the commission as a whole can do the work.
Councilmember Brock and then Councilmember.
There are the discussions, of course, among the commissions is they'd like to stay separate. I think it makes sense that for certain commissions that there could be a merger and we could reimagine commissions, because some of the commissions were created 20, 30 years ago. And their purpose may not be the same or as inclusive as we'd like there to be. The Commission for the Status of Women could be merged into a more inclusive commission that talks about LGBTQ issues, that talks about youth issues, that talks about other issues in our city. There are some commissions that when I was listening, we were honored by having some of the chairs of some of the commissions come to the last ad hoc meeting. And there are some commissions that it wouldn't make sense, that having a huge commission with umbrella may not work. The Disabilities Commission may be one of them. They may not need to meet as often. They may need to meet only when there is an issue that comes up. But I can tell you the Disabilities Commission did a great job when we were talking about adding to our park system and being great advocates with the Recreation and Parks Commission. The Senior Commission had issues where they worked with the Disabilities Commission, where they worked with the Recreation and Parks Commission. I don't always see that happening. And so as a result, the Seniors Commission may be something that can be melded into a larger commission. And there are other commissions that may not be relevant anymore. So I think we're continuing the work. We're looking at some of the issues. I don't think any of us have made a definitive decision on anything we want to bring to the city council has a done deal. So I would caution commissioners in our city that we're still exploring and we're still talking, and that we will come back with more information as we keep digging into the situation. But we want to make sure our commissions work for the 21st century, work for the residents of the city, because to me, that's the conduit where you have residents, then commissioners, and then city council members. Commissioners have their ears to the ground. Thank you.
Councilmember De La Torre.
I think it's appropriate to look into how we might be able to, bring different commissions together. So I appreciate that. One question that I have, definitely along the lines of diversity, and I'm glad that we're expanding sort of beyond race and ethnicity into other areas of diversity. But one area that I think is important for us to consider is how do we get young people more involved? So like in Malibu, for example, Los Angeles, they have a youth commission. And I know there's been talks about that in this community in the past, and maybe it's time for us to reflect on that, because some might say, well, we'll just add youth to every commission, but then young people, their voices get drowned out sometimes by the adults in the room. And maybe it would be good for us to look into having a youth commission so that we develop the future leadership of this city. Anyway, something for us to consider. That's my input on that.
So I should say, so I do in my day job represent people with disabilities. In fact, that's a pretty large part of what we do, because people with disabilities also are often living in poverty and in circumstances that are very constrained by whatever, whatever it is that, that is their disability. But I also think that there's a special area of the law carved out for people with disabilities. And so I continue to believe, as I believed when this was first brought forward, that the Disabilities Commission should remain as a freestanding commission, that it is important, in part because the issues are fairly unique and not sort of part of the social fabric in a way that other issues are. And I think that it just is important that their input be more focused on the issue of what it is to be a person with a disability living in Santa Monica. I mean, I've gotten, for instance, a fair number of comments over the last few weeks about the fact that the outdoor dining has limited accessibility on some of our street sidewalks and on the promenade. And that is of terrific concern, I think, to all of us, and should be. And those are issues that other folks, are not really living in the same way that a person with a disability is. I mean, people who are blind, people who are, we're looped here because a kid who was deaf came in and insisted that we do it across the city. I just think that these are very unique issues that require special attention. So I would argue strongly that that's a commission that should remain freestanding and separate. But I love the idea that you're thinking flexibly about the other commissions and how they could be cut and diced. I do want to talk about requirements and qualifications, because I know that there is some talk out there about the fact that we don't need people who are specially qualified for these commissions, and that just having your regular point of view should be sufficient to inform them. I think that that's not correct on a lot of these boards and commissions. I think that it does require, disabilities is an example, but they do require some specialized knowledge. It's not enough to just be living here. So I think that there may be commissions where we do want to have particular requirements or qualifications. And I haven't thought about it for each commission, but I think that that is important. And I want to once again float the idea of the fact that I'm hearkening back to our last meeting where we were appointing people to boards and commissions, and we really didn't have a lot of applicants. And I really believe and continue to believe that this would be a better system if each of us had our own appointees to commissions, right, that reflected perhaps our point of view, perhaps the opposite of it, but that it was incumbent upon us to find somebody who was qualified for that commission in a way that was unique and not just have a big pool. So I don't, again, I've not heard anybody else speak about this, but I've seen it in other cities, and I think it is a more effective way to select commissioners or board members for boards and commissions.
Yeah, I mean, there's no motion here, right? You're just.
No, there's nothing. We're just talking.
I took notes. So,
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Okay.
Moving on. 13I, request of council members Brock and Para that to enhance Latino Hispanic Heritage Month and resident family-focused programming on the Santa Monica Pier, council directs staff to waive fees associated with the partial use of the parking lot on the Santa Monica Pier to support the annual Santa Monica Classic Car Show on the Santa Monica Pier, scheduled for September 11th from 9 to 5 p.m., presented by the Pico Youth and Family Center. And number 2, allocate up to $5,000 of council discretionary funds to reimburse the Pico Youth and Family Center for documented expenditures to support sound, entertainment, and promotional materials for this event that will be free and open to the public. And we don't have any callers on this item.
Yes.
I will be recusing myself from this vote and stepping out. But before, can I make a quick comment? Is that legal or no?
Recusal means that you don't comment.
I'm out. I just want to make sure.
The recusal, because that's a requirement.
Okay, sure. The reason why I'm recusing because I work with the Pico Youth and Family Center, and even though the money will not benefit me in any way, the money will be dedicated to the event. I want to avoid the perception of a conflict of interest, and so for that reason, I'll recuse myself. Thanks.
Okay, so Phil or Christine?
Well, no, I can't. So I wrote my notes, and it's doing a reboot, and I can't get to it.
Oh, no,
so I'm
so,
trying to get it on my phone.
okay, Phil.
So Phil, can you go?
Phil, you start, and then Christine.
Annually in our city and throughout the West Side, there have been classic car shows. And a lot of these have been Hispanic-based throughout Venice, throughout Santa Monica, throughout West LA. And many of the car clubs have always shown tremendous pride in presenting these shows. And I know a lot of long-term Santa Monicans used to use the pier at least once a year for a car show. They've been unable to do that because of the tremendous cost that's involved in renting that parking lot. It's estimated at $15,000 right now. So there are no other sites left, no open sites for these car shows where people, especially long-term residents of the city, are so proud of their lowrider, their classic Chevrolet, their classic Pontiac, whatever it is. And it's a great way for these car clubs to gather, to show solidarity, to talk to their friends, talk to their neighbors. As part of Hispanic Heritage Month in September, this is an ideal way to promote a group gathering, to show their heritage, to show their pride, to show that they have a peaceful, loving presence on a day. This is for September 11th, Saturday. It would be from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on the Santa Monica Pier. We ask that $5,000 in council discretionary funds be provided. However, the council member Delatorre, I know, has already got pledges from, for instance, from one of our former council members, former council member Marina, has already pledged, I think, $1,000 to the effort, and they are working on other pledges to offset the $5,000. So I ask that we pledge the $5,000, but
And it's reimbursable.
allocate the $5,000.
And it has to be
But
documented.
in the end, I hope that they won't have to use all 5,000. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, then what it says allocate up to 5,000 with documented.
To reimburse.
So we're not going to give them $5,000.
Correct.
They're going to present receipts, and then we will allocate up to 5,000. Is that
Correct, council member.
Okay, and then the only other question I have is, obviously, obviously, that's a Saturday. Is it going to take up the whole 1550 lot, or what's?
No, it's the pier lot.
It's on the pier.
It's on the pier. Oh, okay, I
Pier
thought
lot,
we were.
not 1550.
Oh, okay, because I thought we weren't letting cars on the pier anymore, but I guess I'm wrong.
Only these.
Only these. Okay, that's fine. That clears it up. Thanks.
I have a question unless Councilmember Para.
I'm still trying.
Okay, well, I'll give you time with my question.
Okay, well.
Two questions. One is the last time I was at the pier, which was recently, there's a big gaping hole in the center that looked like it was not going to be closed up in this year. But having said that, do we know if that's?
They'll be able to put cars around it. And yes, there is a small, it's not a huge area, but there is a fenced off area.
Following up to that, I'm assuming safety measures, inclusive of police, but of that gaping hole, and because you're not even allowed to walk around it.
That area is chain link fenced off and secure.
And then I just wanted to point out that this is in addition to, there is a Hispanic Heritage allotment that went out and activities that are happening with the steering committee. And this is in addition to that, but separate because it's not being hosted. It's not being hosted through is it being hosted through the Hispanic Heritage community? I might be saying that wrong. There was money allotted through discretionary funds. Is it in conjunction with the group that's already putting on multiple events? Got it, okay.
And I just want to raise something that Councilmember Davis brought up the last time we had an item on the agenda that dealt with funds from the discretionary, that we had requested that in the future we get included in our packets the current balance, because we're very low. And so, I support this, but we do need to have.
And I did ask for that, and prior to this allocation, we have at this point in time, so this does not, so we have $38,540 if we. Before this, right. So if it ends up being 5,000, then we'll be down to 33,000, and that's our full allocation through essentially June of next year. So people need to understand we don't have, and just so, I know we have new council members, and I'll just say, for example, traditionally, and we're obviously, this is a weird year, we've allocated $25,000 for European trips and $10,000 to go for girls soccer to go to Japan. So we're obviously not going to be able to do a lot of the things that we've done previously should we get those requests. So people just need to understand that.
But I'm going to dovetail on that and say, with respect to Greg Morena, I also feel that the Classic Car Show event should happen. I believe it's an iconic place to have it on the pier. I believe in waiving the fees. All of that should definitely happen. But I'm glad that there's an up to, because I think there's opportunity for donations and offering free services. For example, our music store is already offering services in sound, and we do it all the time. We weren't asked, I'm just saying. So hopefully, and it sounds like this is now my question, could there potentially be no cost associated with this if we get the donations required?
There could be no cost.
It could be.
And I'm really happy that Santa Monica Music Center just offered to
Oh yeah,
provide
I did.
a
I'm
sound
not that.
system.
I'm saying we would.
That reduced the cost right there. Thank
And
you,
even
Lana.
DJing, if you need DJ music, we've offered it to the other two events. So I don't know what the entertainment is. I don't know what the promotional materials, if that's printing. I know what sound is. So I just wanted to make sure that if in essence, ultimately these things could be donated to the event.
I think this is still going through the events committee, and they review all safety issues, all those things.
Police, and making sure that we have enough police per person. I don't know what the per person, or even if we measure that now, but estimating what we expect to get on the pier from that event and making sure we have the proper police in place. Somebody mentioned, I don't know, is there vending that's going to be happening specific to that, food vending? No. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
No, there's no vending, and the encouragement is for people to use Pier Burger and and
Or the
all
Albright.
the legitimate businesses on the pier to buy their food and beverages from while they're there enjoying the day, and the camaraderie that will come from seeing their neighbors and relatives.
Yeah, I was going to say, completely free event.
No, forget it. Okay. I move that we waive fees associated with the partial use and allocate up to $5,000 of council discretionary funds to reimburse PYFC for documented expenditures in order to support the annual Santa Monica Classic Car Show on the pier.
I second.
So moved by Himmelrich, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes 6-0 with Councilmember Delatorre recused.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. And now I'm pressing my yes button. Thank you. And now
Now
I
we go
think,
to 14.
yes, and
So it's public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. Esther, how many callers do we have?
Just one caller.
Okay, you can put them through.
Oh, we just got another one, so there's two.
Okay, we're ready.
Welcome, Olivia Landon. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hello, Mayor Himmelrich, Mayor Pro Tem McCowen, and council members. My name is Olivia Landon, and I'm calling to talk about the removal of cash payment on the Big Blue buses. On July 12th, the Big Blue bus stopped accepting cash as a way to pay for the bus. This decision is classist and harmful to the city and people of Santa Monica. The stated reason for this decision is to make the bus fully contactless, but it fails to recognize that it's discriminatory and fails to make riding the bus actually contactless. Cashless payment for the bus harms people experiencing homelessness, lower class, minority, elderly, and disabled members of our community. It also makes it harder for those who only ride the bus occasionally from hopping on the bus spontaneously, as well as visitors to our community. As a student at Santa Monica High School, I ride the bus multiple times a week. Because of this, I have seen with my own eyes how having cashless payment confuses people. I've spoken to many people at bus stops and at school about this, and everyone agrees that it's wrong and disappointing. In response to this, I created a petition that currently has over 150 signatures from people in the community agreeing with me on this matter. I'm asking the Santa Monica City Council to consider reintroducing cash payment to the Big Blue buses to help our community get back on track in regards to the fair treatment of all people. Thank you for your time.
thank you. Yeah.
Esther?
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. I'd like to touch on a few things. Beginning with, I thought your first responsibility as public officials was to provide a safe and well-maintained city.
We can't hear Denise at all. Is there a way to turn up her volume?
The volume is all the way up. It's on her end. And by the way, she called twice. She's called 3 times, but she called twice for a minute. And so just
I understand, Denise. Let's just roll.
Okay, but the volume is all the way up. So Denise, can you speak up? Go ahead and start again.
Good evening. I'd like to touch on a few things. Beginning with, I thought your first responsibility as a public officials was to provide a safe and well-maintained city, yet your priorities seem to be misplaced. As can be seen by removing 5 sworn officers for city employees, mostly in the building and safety or relation to development, and yet you only sweep the streets in the neighborhoods once a month. Next, does anyone else find it interesting that the city of Santa Monica turned in no crime statistics for 2020, Now, why would that be? Would it be because the citations that were given don't properly reflect the crimes the individual should have been charged with? Or is it so you can later say it was a peaceful protest? Or is it your way to act like May 31st, 2020 never happened? The games you guys play with yourselves. Finally, let's go back to June 8th, 2021, when it would seem offense was taken for the information I was giving to the public. So, Mayor Himmelrich, were your henchmen Denny Zane and Herb Katz the ones you were on the phone with while the representative from the union was speaking about Kevin McEwen's resignation from the council? Because it was very odd that you let them speak after your rant. Then, considering how much you say you are against bullying, do you not think your threat of bringing back a 13 item because of the information I was trying to give the public could be seen as that? And it's not my fault you don't like your rhetoric being turned around against you. Thank you.
Is that it, Esther?
That is all.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Yes, and we do have an adjournment. We have 2 adjournments. So,
it is with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of beloved wife, mother, grandmother, and daughter, Mary Esther Levias. Mary was born to parents Wewell Bernard Potts and Queen Esther Scott Potts on May 4th, 1940, in Camden, Arkansas. In 1957, Mary and her beloved mother moved to Santa Monica, where she was in the graduating class of 1958 at Santa Monica High. Mary attended Santa Monica Junior College and then later worked at Bullock's Westwood, was a PBX operator in Beverly Hills, and a bookbinder for the UCLA Library Services, where she retired after 36 years. Mary was a faithful member of the historic Calvary Baptist Church of Santa Monica for 64 years, where she served on the Missionary Society, Missionary Chorus, and Hospitality Department. Mary was a devoted wife of 41 years to Arthur J. Levias, a beloved mother to Darrell Steiger and Dr. LaTanya Cowan, grandmother to Jerome II, Tiana, and Joshua. Mary was the pride and joy of her mother, Queen Esther Sidney, who at 102 years of age laid her daughter to rest. Mary Esther will be greatly missed. On behalf of the entire community, we convey to her family and friends our deepest condolences. And then I have a personal one today. Well, what was today, August 24th, would have been my brother's 47th birthday. In 24 days, it'll be the 7th anniversary of his sudden passing. And so today's a big day in my household, and I just wanted to keep him in our memory today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen.
Chris, condolences to your family. Also today we'll adjourn in memory of Belinda Ramos, Pico neighborhood resident, a mother, former employee at Santa Monica College, and an activist, one of the founding members of Mothers for Justice, who, before we heard about the school to prison pipeline in this community, mothers here defined the problem of suspensions leading to an early incarceration, and Belinda was one of our strongest leaders. So I want to make sure that we also adjourn in her memory.
Thank you, Oscar. Our next meeting will be Tuesday, September 14th at 5:30 p.m. Thank you for joining us tonight.